have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a hump day, Wednesday, and yeah, it's a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a sad one, really, isn't it? As you may or may not know, we had Cheswick on, Mr. Cheswick, talking about, well, just the open ability of people to, I call it slander. And I'm pretty sure back in the day it would have been called slander too. But, hey, it's 2024. It appears that the internet has changed a lot of things. One of them being, doesn't appear that you can slander anybody anymore. I think it's considered fun to a certain group of people. It's allowable. It's been allowed. Certain characters have been allowed to just get away with doing whatever, right? And also imagining that other people do certain things and giving themselves justification. I think it's pretty much the way that education system or social, because like the fella said in the thing, like, you know, he said it's okay to socially keep people out of conversations because of a perceived imagining of their thoughts.
Yeah, and when you do, if you do happen to take part in these, I don't know what you call them. I mean, we call them slanderous conversations, or statements. But when you do take part in it, as long as you can see or imagine in your mind that, hey, it's good for them, it'll be good for them too, and it's good for them, and they'll get clicks, and they'll get watches, and they'll be able to complain to their people, and then they'll be able to complain to it, then it's fine. You can do it. You should do it. I mean, everybody's having fun, right? 2024.
Yeah, there's no such thing as bad promotion, that sort of thing. I think
No.
I think that's what's going on. But I mean, I think it's despicable. But hey, this arena, there's I don't know. I think this is we're going to find out the audience that we have who sort of likes this sort of thing and who doesn't, because I've had enough of it. I don't want to be part of it. But I know by the way conversations go and the way that people talk about people, I know I'm going to be part of it because I have been. I don't normally, and I haven't. I've spent quite a few years trying to keep out of this arena as much as possible. I have interactions, but they're so I can learn things and progress arguments to see how they're taken. That's where I've been interacting with people. But just recently, listening to different streams and stuff, the amount of times I've heard people talking about me. It's unbelievable. People making up stories. The amount of things that I've supposedly said that I've never said. And that doesn't just go for me. It's everyone. It doesn't really matter. People will make up any stories about anyone. They don't care. If it makes them look good or sort of brings discredit on somebody else, then that's a perceived win within this arena. And I think it comes down to people not actually having arguments. No arguments, no proofs. They're just lost. They don't know what's going on. So they lash out at other people. And there's quite a few. Understandably, people in a rage, imagining that, they're feeling hard done to because they don't have the right of reply. Well, all they want to do is slander. They think it's fun. I don't think there should be a free platform for people to have fun slandering, mocking, and openly being bigots. Even if the group that you're trying to do is a made up new group that some other guys decided to make up. It's just not okay. As far as I'm concerned, everybody's an individual, and everybody who comes here and has a chat with us, you'll find out that they're all individuals. Like a talented group of people from a multitude of different areas. There's no way you could group anybody here in this one. I couldn't group any of them together. But there's a lot of people that do. They want to group people together. That's all they ever want to do. And they want to group them together and slander them. As far as I'm concerned, it's slander. Calling names, don't want to talk to them. Well, it's got to stop. If we're after conversations, then this bigotry thing. I mean, I know it's 2024 and that's what people do, and you've gone around in this little paracosm of your false dichotomy, developing these hatred of the other side. Well, let's just break down that wall. There is no other side. We all live in reality. Let's just talk about that and try and not be bigoted towards people. We've been wrecked so hard. I've not been wrecked by anybody. I'm just pointing out something that I think is it's been brushed under the carpet for far too long. This open bigotry within the false dichotomy. It's somebody's got in the chat, in the YouTube chat, playing sides. They always get threatened by the false dichotomy. The moment you mention that, they start bringing up sides and you guys can't do this. You don't even know who you're talking to. Well, I think you do. I think that's the sort of thing that's been going on for years. Anywhere there's a live broadcast going on where conversations start happening, this I call it the Flat Earth Society, but I think it goes a little bit bigger than that. But I mean, for ease of use, for when people hear me talk about Flat Earth Society, they know what I mean. It's this entity that tries to drive conversations in a way away from the actual topic and where you should be talking about, where people should be focusing. Well, we're focusing on this sort of thing right now. I don't think that slander should be allowed, but it's pretty obvious that the arena that we're in, this false dichotomy arena, let's say, the people, the model afflicted, they think it is allowable to slander, be bigoted, and sort of intellectually superior to those on the other side. Well, I get offended for both sides, really, whenever I hear any of that. Because my dad is a globe guy, right? But other friends like Rob Keane, they're flat earthers. And then I've got a load of other friends that neither, it doesn't really bother them. They don't give a shit. Epohe people. They don't even want to be involved in it. But unfortunately for them, I've said to the wrong people that level was horizontal. We've got a proof for it. And for that, well, I seem to be getting a lot of attention from the blue marble scientists. We get even more attention from the flat earth crew for saying it's not flat. It's 2024. And, I thought growing up would mean that you'd be able to get better conversations, but it just seems like adults are going like children. And obviously, the conversations that we have, and most of the conversations that we do have, don't really involve much of this. But when we have to focus on the false dichotomy and the ridiculousness that comes from it, because slander and bigotry, I would say, are not just a small byproduct of this whole arena. I'd say they are at the core of it. This is what these people do. They target individuals within a group scenario. I've tried to have conversations with people, and I still don't group any of those people into any groups, other than the fact to say that, you can tell when somebody's model afflicted. And I don't feel any hatred or anything for those people, because I understand that, it's hard. Once you've had this thing placed in your mind as a child, you can't just get rid of it. You can't just have a thought and release it, because it's locked into a place in your mind that you don't really have access to. I think you've got to go to some strange, extraordinary places in order to be able to access it, to even question it, I think. Those are the conversations I think we should be having. But it's 2024. I don't know who there is out there that wants to have those conversations. people would rather have the conversations that group people into different groups and imagine that you've got friends and play teams. Who's the best player on the team? I've come to the opinion now because I've had a lot of conversations, and when you go into these rooms, I seem to be able to attract that person that I don't want to talk to, and they seem fascinated with asking me questions, and then don't really seem to hear the answer that I give. And to me, it's because these people don't want to have these conversations. They can't have the conversations because they don't seem to know much about what is the actual argument in the arena. But I don't want to waffle too much. I know there's other people who would like to talk, I think, hopefully.
Well, yeah. I was just going to say that you can see that right off the bat in our YouTube live chat where we have someone coming in saying you don't have any arguments. I'm pretty sure that person's been around our Discord, almost positive of it. So, of course, they would have seen the arguments, but they can't rebut the arguments. So they go into the YouTube live chat and act like an NPC and just scream. Scream liar, scream you're wrong, scream whatever they scream, but they can't rebut an actual argument because there's no logic, reason, there's no grammar, logic, or rhetoric. They lack any of that to be able to actually create an argument, much less rebut one.
Well done, flat fact. Some of the words we use, I'm gonna get the terms sorted out on the page.
That's why I put that in there. I'm sorry, Bev, I don't mean to cut you off, but I do have to give props because that's not mine. I posted it in there. That's Saragaki's, which I thought was brilliant. And I thought, no, you've said that before. Pleonasm is the way of the dialetheist. Yeah, look these words up. These are lost words.
It's an overuse of a word, which allows you to imagine there's like a logical link to it. It'll imagine that there's a different word there. Yeah, it's when somebody says flat plane, right? They both mean the same thing, but it allows you to think there's another type of plane that isn't flat. That's the secondary effect to it.
Or just less flat.
Yeah.
Because you can make a degree of flatness, for example. This is the way of sophist.
It's allowing an inclusion of the middle or some other type of thing. And you'll see it more and more. It's a wordplay thing. It's like a way to fool people. I call that the magic, the ability to do that. And that's what the flat earthers have been doing for a long time. Flat line, flat plane. They keep
Not
adding
only
stuff
flat
to
earthers, of course, globers also, because they, for example, they are saying perpendicular at a point. So this addition at a point is pleonasm.
Yeah.
Because you just can say it is perpendicular, and we know what it means. So adding this at a point is pleonasm, and then globers can defend their position that it is perpendicular only at that point. So they are making addition, not exclusively, but in discussion, they consider it as exclusive. So only at a point. They don't say it in their quote-unquote argument. They say at a point, but when they are arguing, then they say it is only at a point. So this is how sophists operate. So Yes, they are just trying to fool opponent. This is their method.
Yeah, there's plenty of them that you hear all the time. You hear more and more of them. And that, I think that's because you've got a diletheist, the diletheist mind that can allow these two truths. It's a way for them to, yeah. Yeah, there's far too many of them. Oh, wait a minute, let me get that on. The sausages weren't dancing. Emma's started making memes.
Yeah, I know. Gone fishing. No, I don't think that's a pleonasm. I think that's just a contradiction. 2D balls. What would you say, Bev?
Brenda.
2D balls, more of a contradiction, I think, than
Brenda taught me about 2D balls.
Well, I'm not sure.
I'll never forget about it. I'll never forget that night.
All right.
Well, it is.
Moving on.
X-rated 2D balls. Have a look. It's on the channel. Brenda came round.
Go search for it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you dare. Oh.
Yeah, I will. Again, Jaren, this is the issue is really that, this slander idea that people are allowing it. Jaren's a big channel when you come to think of this. There's a lot of little channels all over the place, and they do the same sort of thing, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a small channel or a big channel, but the bigger the channel, the more views it's going to get, and more people are going to see it. Now, whether they are actually real viewers, or whether they're, who knows? But they're the ones that are going to hear it. Now, whether they agree with it or disagree with it doesn't really matter. It's still being allowed to be said. And yeah, they think it. The other people who aren't involved with it, obviously, they think it's fun. It's a good thing for people to be able to generate content because of slander and libel as well. But I mean, are they even a thing anymore? It is 2024. Does that make any difference now? Or, have we gone that far down that nobody really cares about what people say about other people? I mean, I know for a fact I've got Nathan Oakley, I've got Blue Marbles said a load of stuff about me, I've got the 24/7 Flat Earth guys, I've got QE talking about me, and I've got Michael Kahn, the FED mods for Nathan Oakley's channel, lying about me, like literally stealing my content and then saying that it's me that's at wrong for copyright striking him because he stole my content. Literally. Now, I don't get... There's not that many people watching this channel. I know there's a lot more people watching Nathan Oakley when he was doing it, when he was talking about it last night on his channel. It all gets wiped because obviously their mods strike you from the channel, so you can't see all of that stuff that was getting said. But Nathan Oakley was literally, he was saying that it was good to time me out because other people have stole my content, put it up on different platforms. They say that's fair use. Stealing content and misrepresenting surveyors is fair use, and these are the flat earthers that are stealing content to say that a surveyor says he measured it flat. Well, he didn't. He confirmed that level has no curvature by saying, yeah, it's flat. He didn't say he measured the Earth flat. So these flat earthers are just misrepresenting people, stealing content so that they can take it as their own to misrepresent what the surveyor said. That's the flat Earth game. You wait until a few months of time. They'll be saying, surveyors say it's measure it flat. And they'll be using a conversation that I had with a surveyor to do it. That's the flat earthers. And then you've got Fight the Flat Earth, making up a load of stuff. Got the globe earthers, got Blue Marble, making up a load of stuff about videos. Fight the Flat Earth, saying that, you know, anybody that says that water's level, they're child abusers. You've got Brenda saying that if you teach your child geometry, also child abuse. And then you've got a load of people pointing fingers at flat earthers and saying they should be taken down. It should be, the channel should be shut down. And that's 2024. I don't know where else there is for us to go. Don't know what's going on. Perhaps all they ever want is just Jaren and Fight the Flat Earth to do what they do. And they can be the representatives of both the Flat Earth and the Globe Earth. And that's fine with me. Because we'll just continue on doing what we do. But that little false dichotomy will be exposed as a false dichotomy. And these, both sides, it's been made obvious to us and been told that they're both enemies of us. They, you know, they are willing to team up together to combat those of us here on the level that, you know, have a proof. Nobody wants to hear it, and that's fine. Because I think, like, if you were to take this proof on, then you would be placed within the similar position than what I am here. So, I don't know. I'd say take it on or don't. But if you do come into this arena, I'd say, and ever do actually find a proof within reality, then you have to start looking at this arena differently. Like, a lot differently. In fact, you'll realise that it's all just a joke. Scripted. By people who have no proof, obviously. They have no proof and they have no way to validate any of their claims. And that's why they take a bigoted approach to anybody asking them questions. I think most people know who we're talking about. It's been happening for years with a team of the Dogmatic Globe guys. Because they got upset initially when we were doing the test. When we were, you know, sorting the questions and asking the questions. You know, as to how we would do this test and to see whether anybody wanted to be involved in it. We got a pushback from the Dogmatic Globe guys for that. Not just the Dogmatic Globe guys. There was a guy called Sleeping Warrior and Adam Meakin that couldn't see the thing either. So they just like went away because they couldn't see the sense in the geometric connection. So when we did actually do the test, again, when we tried to explain it to people, nobody wanted to hear it. There was just opposition, pushback. And still, well, the people that are in here know the test, I think. We will be going over it. Expect to get timed out. So, yes, welcome everyone. We are going over the slander for fun within the arena. Now, I mean, this arena, I'd say that it's about conversation. And I treat it as a discussion about reality. But the arena that you are forced into is a globe versus flat earth. Right now, if you're coming from a position that both of them are as ridiculous as each other, I'd call that from the Emma position. Then when you're asking questions, where do these people fit you in? Because they have to fit you into one or the other side, because these guys are heavily into the false dichotomy. And I've never really been a part of that. Maybe because of my childhood, right? I don't have a model, but that extends throughout my life. I just don't have a model. And I don't know how that differs from other people. Because I think most people do have a model. They seem to have the want to start off by drawing a circle. I don't have that need. So, or if people have to prove that the circle isn't, I don't know, it gets really complicated. And I think most people are pretty simple nowadays. And the actual act of doing this logic means that you have to put a little bit more work in to the thought process. I think that's hard. I think that's hard to do. I think people have lost that ability. Yeah, I think there's a lot of silencing of conversations that occurs within this arena. And if you can't field questions, and I know there's a lot of people that say, oh, come in and ask us questions. We'll do our best to answer them. But, I mean, we can't always answer every question like you'd expect it to be answered. Because if you already knew what the answer you were expecting, then do you really need to ask the question? I don't know if that's the way that this thing works. I think the idea of asking questions is to hopefully get an answer for something that you don't know.
I think we should talk a little bit about why people think that questions aren't allowed or commenting is not allowed. Why is that? I mean, for a lot of people, like, it can't. I was thinking that maybe it's just because it's a belief and they're not strong enough in their faith or their belief to actually take on questions about it or take criticism about their position. But then I think of I don't know, like religious apologists. Like if you're a Buddhist or you're a Christian or whatever worldwide, Muslim, whatever, you'd have no problem entertaining a conversation with it, even if you were being questioned on it. It's an opportunity to have a conversation. But these people in this arena can't do that.
Yeah, they can't even justify their faith.
Right.
And it's a flimsy faith if you can't even be questioned upon it. And let alone if you can't justify your faith with any sort of proof. That's why I say I don't think any of them actually have proof.
They can't do, can they?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Because if you did actually have a proof, then you wouldn't be so threatened at somebody questioning. Because, I mean, like, if you've got a faith and your faith is strong, then it doesn't really matter, does it? Like, I mean, you could get questioned, like, heavily, right?
Absolutely.
But your faith would still remain strong. Right? If it was if you were a faithful person, and then you should be able to withstand questioning. You've got a flimsy faith if you're going to crumble.
That's why I think, and maybe what you're intimating here is that they don't actually have a strong enough faith. These people in this arena on either side, right? Because
definitely no proof, and their faith is, well, you can't even question it. It seems.
It's become a really adversarial process as well to enter into these questions, really, because you get attacked, you get ad homs, personal stuff, threats. You might be talking to one person and 3 or 4 people arrive and jump on the same thing, and you're fielding questions and trying to remain focused on where you are in what your thoughts are, and they try to throw you off and throw obfuscation at you, and it kind of sets you up to kind of almost to be like that yourself as well. It's a difficult thing to remain kind of calm and unaffected by it, really, because a lot of these places you've got to shout through people. You've got to shout over them somehow. It becomes like that, or you'll never be heard. And some of the places, well, you just aren't going to be heard, and you'll be recorded out. Or I'm tired. I was up till 2:30 this morning, talking with Alpha leader Mr. Oakley, on his chat yesterday, and yeah, I mean he can be. He's a spiteful person. He can be he's a nasty piece of work. And a lot of the people there who support him will just support seemingly nothing. They don't really want to discuss, the issue. And, increasingly, it's okay. So, if you stand out and you say anything, then you immediately, if it's about a horizontal, if it's about a straight line, if it's about saying, well, how did you measure the Earth flat, then immediately you're called a bebtite or a bebtard. It doesn't happen to anybody else in any part of this arena that I've seen, that people who share a common idea or a common argument or a common question, they don't get grouped together. But this question that comes from, on the level and this part of the arena seems to be wanted to be silenced and shut down and othered. I said it before. Point to those people over there. They're the ones who didn't get the take the jab, but they're the ones who spoke out. It's gone back in history. We know the people who are pointed at and and huddle together in the corner, and people despise them and are taught to despise them. And it's the same process, that's going on. And that's what happens. If you ask those questions, then these people accuse you of being a Bevite, a Bevtard, that you're not capable of listening to people and understanding a process of an argument or thinking, and then you take it on yourself. It's not, you haven't been brainwashed. It's a good. You think, this is good. There's some proof here, something that you can measure something else against. You can logically think through, but somehow it doesn't seem to want to be heard, and there's a big pushback. So it isn't just from here. This question particularly about the Earth is measured flat. This statement, the Earth is measured flat, has come under a lot of pressure, and rightfully so. Because it's obviously a ridiculous thing to say, and now gradually, I mean, its source is Nathan Oakley. It's not like pointing a finger at anyone. That's clearly where it comes from. That's a statement. That's his campaign for 2024, and he's leading his troops out into battle and saying, "You just go and say it." We've got some vague kind of explanations for it, no proof for it, but you just got to go out and say it, and they're having to face it. And now, increasingly, there are people amongst his number who are questioning him. Some of the long-time panel members, people seem to be fading into the background, not wanting to come forward, who've said, well, it's a category error. To say it's flat, it's a description. It's never a measurement. But that's what we
you
call
can't
it.
say that, right? Because they're trying to steal some content. Where I talked to a surveyor, and in him describing a level without curvature, says, no, it's flat. And that's what these guys are trying to use now. They're trying to steal that content and get that surveyor. Just because that surveyor said it's flat. Right? Just because of one conversation that I had with a surveyor, they're going to try and steal the content to say that surveyors say it's measured flat, which is a lie. But that's where they're going to go. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to set up. You're trying to hide the fact that this guy said flat. And it's not that at all. It's a copyright violation. Somebody took the content. It's not about hiding
they're only
anything.
After it because there's a surveyor who says the word flat. It's like they're adding it to their stamp collector. Like it's one of their prized possessions that they're going to need going forward with this ridiculous statement from Nathan Oakley. This is it's part of their jigsaw, right? It's an integral part of what they need going forward. So Michael Kahn is using this, stealing this content to get himself put up as a moderator on Flat Earth Debate. They're all manoeuvring into positions where they can use this ridiculous statement and there's a surveyor going round that is unaware that the flat earthers want to use a piece of content where he said flat mistakenly, describing level having no curvature. If it had said straight, we would have been fine. Nathan Oakley wouldn't have wanted it. But because he said flat, poor guy's going to get trampled with this stuff from flat earthers.
But still, he said flat about level, not about Earth.
Yeah, but that's not what the flat earthers are going to hear, is it? Like people literally hear what they want to nowadays, and that's obviously what Nathan Oakley and Michael Kahn and all of that are actually doing, because they're not actually seeing it as content theft. They're seeing it as a way for them to get the flat thing. You can hear it in Nathan Oakley's comments.
Yeah, I mean, they were all, there's lots of kind of inferences and veiled threats, 16 days to go, that the copyright strike will end. Talking about videos that they could make. You wait, it's coming, 14 days, there's a
I don't
countdown.
get what
And then
that
even,
is. Surely he can make
no,
videos. Nobody stopped him from making videos. You can still
no, it's
upload videos. You just can't go live for like, I don't know how long, a couple of weeks.
okay, that's what it is. But there's an inference that there's something coming. There's going to be a blowback.
We
Once,
might have had more copyright strikes off other people, but I don't know. Like, with one copyright strike, it doesn't affect you at all. Other than 2 weeks that you can't go live streaming. That's it. But, I don't want to make this about, Michael Kahn. But that's indicative of this whole situation, the way that people imagine that they can just sort of treat people however they want for their own gain. As long as they seem to be able to justify it to themselves, they can do whatever they want. Do as thou wilt. I think that's the 2024 motto for these guys. Everybody's just trying to make money, and if you're one of these people that needs to make money, then you can do whatever you want. It seems like slander and bigotry's fair game now. I don't particularly like it at all.
No, I mean, if it was something you were embarrassed about and didn't want to be seen, then the video wouldn't still be there for anybody to look at. Not about that at all, is it? It's not about some surveyor saying the word flat.
Yeah, I mean, they could send anybody to the video. He could have copied the video and linked people to the original, said this is where he got it from, all of that. But no, he calls me a liar. Just steals the content. He's put it up on multiple places, multiple sites.
I was just looking, I found it now because I was on last night. There's a bit of back and forth in the chat, and one of Nathan's mods sent a message, but I can't see him. I don't see his message in the chat. But anyway, it says, Elder Bear, I have recorded our talk both in video and text. If you continue to slander us for saying Earth is flat, I'll post a video making sure everyone knows you are a Bevite and not an honest person. I mean, for saying the Earth is flat. Well, I thought that's their whole position.
They
was
do
that
say
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
They say it's measured flat, but it's a threat. If you continue, we videoed you and recorded everything, and if you continue to slander us and saying the Earth is flat, well, that's their whole stick. How can it be slanderous when they've even gone as far as say it's measured flat? I'll post a video making sure everyone knows you're a Bevite and not an honest person. That's what happens from those people and surrounding those people, surrounding Nathan. Yeah. And
so does he mean that he's going to tell everyone you're a Bevite and not an honest person?
Make sure everyone knows you're a Bevite are not an honest person. That's not very grammatically correct, but you take of it what you will, but that's it, and it's I mean, I see it happening if I go places and I'd sit somewhere and listen in a Discord somewhere. You hear people trying to call you out, and then if you talk, there's a whole kind of backlash to that, and it's become quite difficult, really. It's a difficult thing because you don't really want to get in this adversarial role, but it's that's what the arena is somehow, and it can be kind of the adrenaline gets going in amongst most people, I think.
Well, it takes a
It's,
bit, right, for you to be able to comment, and I see this
yeah,
as, you know, the mods and the people in the chat. I see this as their job, really. You want to get people to come and engage with you, whether it be in the chat or in the Discord, you know, within the conversations, whether it's live or not live, right? I prefer it not live myself. I like to let people actually know what's going on in the arena and not have to hold back with, you know, the YouTube rules or whatever. So if you want to come and have a chat, come into Discord. It's much better and you'll learn a lot more. But what you really want is people that can actually come and engage and start talking about this. I think all of that show that Nathan Oakley does in the chat teaches people to not engage, because the moment you do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing, then a barrage of abuse comes. And I know that a lot of people like to see that, right? They say they like to see Nathan Oakley when he goes after people and when he does this sort of thing. That's when Nathan's at his best, like Neil does. I think that's to show other people, get in line.
Yeah, and you know, that comes from the leader of it. You know, Nathan's quite central to that. You know, directed that kind of way to speak at people. So you know, last night Bev was making some comments, and anytime Bev out, I don't know whether they banned you at that point, shut you out.
LVA
But
Paul came in and
yeah,
banned me while I
but
was
then
talking to Nathan.
yeah, but even in that, they didn't. Nathan wasn't talking directly to Bev or messaging him. He was messaging me and calling me Bev's bitch and trying to trigger Bev through me. You know, saying that I was his bitch and yeah, crazy stuff. And you know, you can, it's the way
childish.
he talks. Yeah,
It's
it is.
childish,
Yeah,
but you can learn a lot when you start with those conversations. But the amount of blocks that their mods have had to do just recently is becoming a little bit. I don't know whether they're hiding or helping Nathan to not have I don't know, an episode or whatever, whether they're, you know, having to stop people from challenging him, or whether it's him that's told people to keep the chat down or whatever. Because there could be a lot more people chatting in these things.
yeah.
Like, if you watch Jaren or Fight the Flat Earth or whatever, then the chat moves, you know, a lot. There's a lot of people chatting. But are you looking any of these chats around here? I don't think people are wanting to engage because they know the lists people make. You know, you will be tied to whatever. Whenever you do make a comment, people will start judging you upon whatever you say. I'm not too sure whether people like that. Most people just like to listen. But when you do start watching the chat and seeing what's happening, then some of them are a little bit strange, and you know, you can't really make out what's going on. Like some of the nonsense that gets spoke in the chats, not you guys, obviously. Yeah, I know you're listening. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's what a lot of people like to do. They just like to listen to these conversations because some of them are fascinating. I know myself. Listening to a good conversation is some of the best stuff you can do. Is that what you hear at Nathan Oakley's? And when you do hear that, You don't actually see any of the chat that's going on at the side. And eventually there's nobody in it because the mods block people, they hide people, they stop people from asking questions. And I think they do that because Nathan gets triggered. The mods get triggered. That's what this arena is, it seems to me, anyway. That these rooms, particularly like over at Politics Discord server, that people just want to troll. They just want to wind people up. For whatever reason, it doesn't really matter. I think the globe, the dogmatic globe, is built upon a nonsense that can't be defended. So what they've had to do is develop a way to have conversations without saying anything. And I can't do that. I can't sit in a conversation that goes nowhere, listening to people talking nonsense. People get really upset when I point out that they're talking nonsense. So I've got two choices, haven't I? You either stop going and listening to people talking nonsense, which we did. But now it seems there's a lot of people that want to come. They want to come here and talk their nonsense. They want to jump in on conversations and talk their nonsense and stop us from having the discussions that we're having. Because sometimes these conversations that we have in the morning, they can continue through the day, right? And just on what we've been talking about, the progression of the videos that, you know, I make, that I try and put them out. These are conversations that we're having in these rooms with people, you know. And they're only half of the conversations. The other conversations happen in this Discord afterwards with the people that were either involved in it or listening to the original conversations. There's a lot to be learned from interactions. I've got another one that I did today, and Spot On was there. Now, Spot On's like, he's a real bloke. Like, it's about as real as you get, I think. And he's had enough. He literally can't deal talking to flat earthers, pretending, you know, that they know what they're doing, and placing reality on their job within the framework of flat earth and globe earth. It's ridiculous. It doesn't fit. You can't relate nonsense to reality. It just doesn't work. So there's a moving away from these arenas. You can't. There are people that stay in these rooms, in these Discord servers, 24 hours a day, non-stop. They've never moved from them. Nathan Oakley's been doing it for 10 years or whatever. And there are people that have been solid in the Discord rooms, having these conversations for years. And they still don't know anything about the globe or the flat earth. Talking about the true knowing, the ability to have a proof, they have none. And that's why they're in these rooms, going round and round in circles, going nowhere. There are proofs in reality, but these rooms just stop you from looking at them. They draw you into a conversation of nonsense. True nonsense. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who said that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. I've had conversations with people that can't make their mind up. I had a conversation today with the people that didn't even know what a quadratic function was within the mathematics, even though it's at the basis of their so-called numbers of their model. Not got a clue. If 8 inches is the drop at 1 mile of the formula 8 inches per mile squared, the question was, what's the half mile distance? How does that half mile relate to it? And I think 1.87 came back as the answer. And he agreed with it because somebody said it. 1.87. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 1.87. Just a random, like, mathematical thing. I know. Doesn't really mean much to anyone. But you'd have thought if you've been in this arena for any amount of time and had to do any sort of mathematical functions, you should know that. But they don't. They only go the other way. Which is very strange that people could be within this arena and not have noticed some of the most glaring contradictions. But hey, I guess that's our job, pointing out the contradictions. Don't really need measurements for pointing out contradictions. Just the fact that the contradictions there is normally enough. In fact, I think it is. I think that's the best way to do it, is to point out a contradiction. Sort of like a reductio ad absurdum type stuff. We'll get round to the reductio ad absurdum proof at some point, hopefully. So the slander seemed like it's meant for fun by a certain group of people. Now, I don't agree with that, and I've been saying it to a lot of people. I don't even like the idea of, people saying globe-tard or flat-hard or flurf. I don't like the idea of it because it separates people into groups, and it's a form of bigotry. And especially when the flat earthers do it, because they're doing it to a group of people that I don't know whether they know how large the group of people is that they're assuming. I don't know. But it's not only is it this bigotry, but it's just the anger that comes from it too. Can you imagine being a bigot, right, and establishing this false dichotomy, right? Two sides that can be proved false, but both of them are bigoted towards the other one. And then you add somebody like Nathan Oakley into it, who's really angry and aggressive. And on the other side, fight the flat earth. He's got anger issues. Hateful person. Really despising flat earthers. So much so he wants to call his channel name Fighting It. He wants to actively fight the flat earth. They're the representatives, and they're issuing this, or they're showing this persona of anger. And then you have other people that support them. they say that's good, you know, for the arena. It helps them sell their, promote their wares. But what if the only wares are those anger and hatred of other people? What if that is the only thing you've got? Well, Nathan Oakley's back. Got a new RAM coming tomorrow. Hopefully have a live show on Friday or Monday. Could even be tomorrow if Craig can get a morning delivery and is super keen. So Nathan Oakley's going to be back, fixing the POS PC. I'll leave the AXM turned off. Hopefully it will last 6 months, then I'll replace the remaining components. He's getting a new system. Nice one, Andrew. Andrew says, I can count on one hand the amount of honest, truthful channels in this arena. Most are at it either for money or because they're controlled. It's hard to say. Like I think the only thing you can do now coming to this sort of time is you've got to be able to learn to trust yourself, because everybody wants to deceive. All of the advertising and all of that sort of stuff, it seems like that's the way, and the only way you're going to be able to do it is to trust yourself with the ability to know whether you can tell somebody's lying to you or not. And I think there's a lot of ways that people can be deceived, and mainly it's because of this, you know, being shown the false dichotomy. I mean, until somebody tells you that they're both lies or they're both false, how long could you be living along in that false dichotomy? How do you react? Like, that's the hard part that people have to realize, right? It's down to the individual. If you have proof, then that's just yours. It's nobody else's. The same way as, you know, if you don't trust someone and you've got a good reason for it, then doesn't mean that just because somebody else does that you have to again. You don't have to take on anything else from anybody else. If you know that, if you know what you know, it doesn't really matter what anybody else says. That's 2024, I think. Hopefully people can, like, I mean, people are waking up on their own. Like, people's eyes are being opened and they're making their own discoveries. You've just got to be aware that as you're doing that, people will probably try and take advantage of you, because that's a vulnerable state when you're in that sort of discovery stage. Oh, what's this? Nathan Oakley got a bit of money. I think the link's still going. Put Nathan in the thing. I think it's still running, is it? I don't know whether the storage thing's still working in the chat. Maybe. No, yeah, it's still there. Don't know whether the link's still working or not. If I can get 2 years out of this PC. So he's not fixing it. I thought somebody was saying he was going to get a new PC. Thought they were getting a new one in 6 months. as I say, by then it will have had every component changed. So it is a new PC in 2 years. Or now. I don't know. I can't understand that. But hopefully Nathan Oakley will be back soon.
Yeah, he said it was the other day that he was breaking down, and he'd had 2 GoFundMes in the last 6 months for it, and he was hoping it would last another 6 months before he had to replace the whole thing. And now it's crashed, and he's got to buy some more RAM. But it was an £8,000 computer. £8,000, and it's been trouble ever since he's had it, apparently.
Yeah, POS, I heard. Model. That's what Adam called it anyway. Yeah, I hope. Of all of the stuff Nathan said and all of that, right, Nathan Oakley is needed within the flat earth. I don't know what they'd do without him. I don't know who they'd go after if Nathan Oakley wasn't there. Who would there be to fulfill the role that Nathan Oakley fills within this arena? I'm not too sure. I don't think there isn't a new Nathan Oakley up and coming. Yeah, Mike, it's a POS. I think that's the model, the make of it. It's what Adam called it anyway.
Called the Beast.
POS PC. Yeah, yeah, £8,000. I mean, if you want to run a live stream, you don't actually need that amount. If there is anybody listening in, you don't need £8,000 PCs to be able to run live streams on YouTube. It's not that necessary. I started off with about 350 quid PC, but that was back then. Times have changed. I don't know what a 350 PC back then would be worth now. But I'd say even for a good PC to run a stream and gaming, you'd only need about 1,000. You could probably run Fortnite gaming PC and streaming and have a pretty good editing suite as well for about £1,000, I'd say. But I mean, that's just me, right? I don't need a especially soundproof room or anything. Yeah, Andrew said it's people like Oakley that keep people ignorant and halt the progression in this arena. Well, I think that's needed, isn't it? That's what the globe does. That's the dogmatic globe. Nathan Oakley is needed for the dogmatic globe because you can't have people noticing reality. You've got to keep people directed into the false dichotomy. Nathan Oakley gives them chance to do that. He's needed. You can't control the masses without people like Nathan Oakley. Now, whether he's actually going to make it on any of these big time documentaries or whether he's going to make it back into the top left from McToon and all of that, who knows? I think they're trying their hardest, the flat earth debate, but I think they may have seen their time. They may have had their time. People may be jumping ship. There's a slow decline of the people that used to be around there. His supporters, the people that have led him into the arguments, into the position that he's in right now. they've all left him. The guy that sounded like Jesse Kozlowski and Brenda, 10th man, he's gone. He was the one that brought the sextant ridiculous. I'd call it an argument, but it's not even that. It was just a tool. That was it, I think. An angle measuring device. That was the best that one was. QE had the fallacious modus tollens that's completely failed on all accounts. Just about anyone can debunk that now in multiple different ways. And now Nathan Oakley's going around making ridiculous comments where long-time supporters like Lumpy, I don't know if you're out there, Lumpy. If you want to come and have a say, come on here and you know, have your say. At least then you'll get to have your put your position across. I know Nathan Oakley's hard to talk to, and yeah, I feel for Lumpy. He's a long-time supporter. Never heard him talk before, but I've heard that name, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. I've heard it mentioned over the years many times. And I presume that's because he's put in super chats to Nathan Oakley. And yeah, he felt like he had to come out and say to Nathan that, you know, there was something that he felt that was wrong. I'd agree with him. I've been saying the same sort of thing, but I may, you know, I may be the one that's caused Nathan to, you know, not listen to Lumpy. Maybe if I hadn't have said it, Lumpy would be saying it, but I don't know. Maybe it was me that started it that helped Lumpy be able to come out to help Nathan, because that's the reason what we're all doing this for. If you find a fallacy within an argument, you want to point it out and say, look, let's fix this, because it's not true. You don't want to be going out there making false statements to people. So, yeah, I feel for you, Lumpy. You're just trying to help people out by making statements, and it gets frustrating whenever you end up going in there to talk to Nathan Oakley. It can be hard work. You can imagine that you're going to go in there and have a conversation. But when you don't get to say your piece and you get talked over, that gets tricky. And believe me, it's a different thing. Unless you've actually done it yourself or attempted to do it yourself, you've never been in that position. You won't know how frustrating it is trying to communicate with somebody who just won't seem to understand or let you attempt to communicate what you're trying to say. So yeah, I feel sorry for you, Lumpy. Anytime you want to come in, you can come in and have a chat. If you feel you need to. If you've already been swayed and some people have already told you you don't want to come here, then okay, that's what, you know, you've been told that. No hard feelings. But if you ever do want to come and have a chat, express it yourself. The new GPU, HDDs, riser and RAM have not suffered high heat, only the MOBO and the CPU. Oh, right. Heat death, again. Nathan Oakley's PC. Passive cooling. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. If you need to, I don't. I haven't got it on mine. I've just got a normal PC, fans and stuff. But go liquid cooling if you have to. Just get fans on it. It's only a PC. And it's only doing streaming. You could even do it remote. If you're just doing streaming. I don't think he does editing that much. I don't know. Anybody got anything else? What time is it? No, it's still only early. Do you want to hear the conversation from this morning? It's this one's crazy.
If you don't mind,
Okay.
you will not.
I'm going to put it in a video. If we've got nothing else to do or anything else to talk about. Anyone else want to talk about any of this? Like slander and stuff? Whether, you know, is it expected in the arena? Is it sort of changed anything?
I think it is not expected just in arena. It's just, let's say, this new trend, new generation, new trends, etc., new normal or whatever. So it is just new standard, let's say.
Do you think
It's
do you think it's going to change though? Do you think that social
No.
media are eventually going to say, well, all right, then you can just say anything you want about anyone?
Yes,
Or
that is.
do you reckon
It has to be the way.
ruling classes that, you know, like you
Yeah.
can't say this about that person, but
Correct.
you know, like it depends.
Yes.
Like Nathan Oakley, like
That's
let's
right.
say, for instance, right? Michael Kahn copyright like literally steals my content. So I put a claim into YouTube, and YouTube obviously check out that it is my content, so they remove it from his channel. Okay. Nathan Oakley then says that I should go to the police about it for some reason, right? It's because it's a crime and it's a theft of content that it should be took further to law courts and all of that sort of stuff. Well, I wasn't after that. I just wanted the content, you know, made him to be known that he's robbed my content. But Nathan Oakley wants it to be that. So would that be, you know, like if Fight the Flat Earth goes on Gerrans and makes up a load of lies about somebody, Nathan Oakley's position, I think, would be that if he feels aggrieved, then he should have to go to the police and the courts to get into that process to then have a go at Fight the Flat Earth. Rather than just somebody saying, well, Fight the Flat Earth shouldn't really say that in the first place. Because everybody doesn't have the ability to know what everybody else is saying or enter the law courts every time somebody else starts saying that. I don't know how it possibly could end. And if people like Nathan Oakley, who's a content creator himself, can allow this sort of thought process, then what's he going to be handing off to his friends? And, you know, is that the general consensus of how people feel? Or are there only certain people that are allowed to have their opinion, voice their opinion?
I would say that this procedure, let's say, would be allowed, but not just for random people. So, you know, there are equal and more equal people. So
Yeah, well, if it's
internet.
if it's like who can afford to go to the courts every time, then it's only going to be the people with the money.
Yeah, you are more equal if you have money.
Yeah. Well, Nathan Oakley was erring on the side of Michael Kahn, who was the guy who stole my content. So if that's the way to go, now the large people like Nathan Oakley, larger channels, if they're going to be supporting people stealing content, then where does that leave the smaller channels like us? I mean, would
I
Eric
think
DeBay support stealing Nathan Oakley's content?
could do,
Yeah.
right? I mean, eventually, it's just it's all the there's always a bigger fish, right? But then I'm sure that Nathan would feel himself, you know, uh, misused if that were to happen. If Dubay or anyone else stole his stuff, well, maybe he'll be okay with it. I don't know.
Yeah, Nathan
But
said
I
he'd take me to court.
oh, so he admitted himself that
No,
he would do the same thing as you.
No, if he was Michael Kahn.
Oh, oh, I get it. I get it. All right. Yeah, this is the way. This is modern times, right?
Yeah.
This is where we're at. But I also think it's cyclical. I think these times come and go, and it's just all, to me, it's all part of the destruction of Western society. Used to be that Western society really touted itself as societies that can actually have conversations, where you wouldn't shut down conversations, where they were useful. Universities, it's useful. Free speech on all that, Not anymore, people. We're on the back side of that shit. Welcome to it, 2024.
Yeah, this is well, like I say, I don't think we're going to be any different than we ever were, but you might notice a difference out there. You might already have noticed the difference that we're not taking the bullshit, right? That time was a learning process that we were going through, and where we fitted within this little arena. And I think we've put ourselves completely separate from this arena, but viewing it from a good vantage point now, right? We've got a good eye on what's going on, and I think hopefully we're going to continue doing what we're doing and moving into this arena. But I think it's going to be sort of exposing what this arena is. I consider myself, I've always been doing that. I mean, you can go back and look at some of the older videos and you'll see, like Kevin said, this cyclical thing. You will notice very similar things about what's going on. Particularly if you come into the Discord at the minute, you'll see familiar faces coming back. Now, they've left us alone. But the Blue Marble scientists are back. Nathan Oakley can't keep my name off his lips. He can't stop talking about me. The Flat Earthers are going mad. They've developed a new Earther group to contain those of us here. And that's Nathan Oakley. If Nathan Oakley's making new separate groups to be bigoted against, then you can bet there's something going on. 2024. People might actually be waking up to reality. People might be able to start see the false dichotomy, the absurdity that we are living in. Hopefully. That's the argument on screen at the minute. Somebody asked for, what is your favourite way to show that the horizon is not a curved line? The argument. The corollary. A. The plane of the horizon will always be horizontal. There you go. I thank you. Right, so this is a conversation. I don't know how long it is. I think it's about an hour and a half. So obviously I will be putting this conversation as a video, a standalone video. So again, we don't have to go through all of this video. It will be going out as its own video eventually. So if you want to talk about some of the points that this happens in this conversation, then please do, because it's sort of eye-opening to know how ridiculous these people are within this arena. So there we go.
The stars, and figuring out that for every 69 miles they went north-south, you know, they 1 more degree from Polaris, or
Would that be a horizontal distance?
That's Scott McKay. I do have a video titled Scott McKay, Troll Team 6 member. He's got nothing, he knows nothing, and he refers everything to everybody else while stating that you're wrong. That's Scott McKay. That's what he does. And again, you go into the room, he's in there advising people about stuff that he obviously knows nothing about.
Scott?
Hmm?
Would that be
No,
horizontal?
it'd be a degree change. It'd be a degree change.
Well, the angle to the star changes, right?
Yeah.
As you change the distance horizontally.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And the people who did it just assumed that the light reaching basically what would be the North Pole, you know, the GP of Polaris, that light reaching there is parallel to the light reaching the observer.
So how does measuring an angle to a star measure curvature of the Earth?
And so the only thing that account for the angle change is the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. So how does measuring an angle measure the curvature?
I just explained that. I'm sorry you didn't understand.
Sounds
Shall I do it? Shall I do it again?
Yeah.
Okay. And so if we take it as an assumption, which I think is a valid assumption, that the light rays going to the GP and to the observer are parallel.
No, we can't assume anything.
No, I just did. And the people who did this work did too.
That's tough.
Because
so
they didn't have an agenda.
You're assuming they are parallel. Yeah.
No, because they just wanted to understand where we live. And they wanted to be able to map the place that we live on so we can get shit done, like visit other continents and, you know, sail to other continents originally and now fly to other continents. And that was their only goal, to just map the place we live on. They're not trying to prove anything. They're not, you know, involved in a epic battle between good and evil.
Do you think they assume
they're not trying to
triangles
suppress
have
something. They're not
190
trying
degrees
to
as
move
well?
us away from God. They just wanted to get from point A to point B, when point A and point B are a long ways from each other. That was their only goal. And so they thought, okay, how can we best do this? So yeah, let's look at the stars.
Yeah, by making assumptions.
Yeah.
That they wanted to
that's
prove
how
wrong.
That's how people get things done in this world.
They wanted to prove that their assumptions were wrong, right?
No. They wanted to figure out how to get from point A to point B. That was all they wanted to do.
Is an assumption like a hypothesis?
Yes, but what happens though is you make an assumption. You think, okay, let's assume this happens, and if that's true, point A to point B should be this far. And then they went there and they go, oh, it is this far. Nice, we must be right. Our assumption panned out. We're going to go with it until we find some reason.
Check that one out. A little clip.
Yeah, but then they just go with it and there's a reason not to.
Isn't he one of your high priests, McToon?
I don't know anything about McToon. Sorry.
You don't know anything about him.
He's some dude on the internet, right?
Okay, yeah.
No, I don't listen.
Wait, Bev, you can't talk about high priest when you are one.
Have you heard of Professor Dave?
No, I don't
Never
listen to
heard
these
of
people. I
Professor
don't
Dave
care about
either.
them. They're a waste of my time.
Okay.
Not Professor Dave.
Well, yeah, the professor that isn't a professor, Dave.
Yeah, they make videos destroying flat Earth, right? Or at least they think they are. I don't need them.
Okay. Well, there's a clip where
They're not going to
McToon...
tell me anything I don't know already. Why would I waste my time
Well,
watching
okay,
them?
well, perhaps all the people don't know, perhaps.
Okay.
Okay.
You
So,
tell them about McToon
McToon,
or whoever it is.
yeah, McToon makes a video about the 8 inches per mile squared and tells Professor Dave off, right? Because Professor Dave says it's not, the reason it's not correct is because it's a parabola. And McToon says, oh, no. The 8 inches per mile squared is accurate for the actual curve of the Earth.
So?
Okay,
Now
so,
what?
well, that's what you measure, isn't it? The
now
actual.
What? No, nobody measures the curve of the Earth like that. Nobody cares.
Nobody measures the curve of the Earth. That is true. That is true.
Yeah, that's true. Very, very correct.
So are they going off the 8 inches per mile squared, or are they going off Adam Meakin's new numbers and new formulas and perhaps Fight the Flat Earth's perfect maths? Or are they just measuring the land?
Like well, my guess.
Which one do you reckon they're doing?
Yeah, I don't know, but my guess is the people who do the surveying. No, my guess is
you are here again, Scott, telling people that they're wrong, and you're just guessing.
You are misquoting MC Toon. You are misquoting MC Toon.
Oh, Daniel, it's irrelevant.
Who is? Me or
Daniel?
Scott?
He's just trying to divert.
There is a video in the chat.
But that's not why.
You bit, Daniel.
So I cannot misquote McToon. You can literally listen to McToon talking about it himself.
I know what he says. You are saying
follow
wrong.
him down his
so what did he say then?
He said that the 8 inches per mile squared is wrong because it doesn't take the observer height into account. That's what he said.
Did he?
Yes, many times. Many times.
Gives a shit.
I don't.
Well, it doesn't matter about the observer height if you're after the curve, right?
Yeah, all the stars.
But
if
the
you're just measuring the land
per mile square.
Okay, I've got a video. I've just put it in the live chat. You guys in Discord won't be able to hear this because unless you're listening to the YouTube, or just click the one in the live chat now. It's 1 minute. I'm going to just play this and then we'll go back. So this is the video that I'm talking about that I put in the chat. This is McToon talking to Professor Dave.
I'll do it right here. Professor Dave, in your 10 things that all flat earthers say video, point number 3, I believe, you said that they all say 8 inches per mile squared, and you're correct on that. And then you said it's wrong because it's a parabola, and you're wrong on that, Professor Dave. The reason why it's the wrong formula is because it's for drop, not because it's a parabola. When you use it for drop, it's fine. You are going to get, for as many digits of precision that you need for your observation, you're going to get enough digits of precision using that approximation. Because when you're looking at something over 60 miles or 100 miles, you're not getting 6 digits of precision. You'd be lucky to get 2 or 3 digits of precision. So Dave, I appreciate that video. It's a great video. And we're going to show it here in a second. But that particular part of it, you got wrong. So I got to put them at your buds.
Okay, so that's the video. Professor Dave got it wrong because the 8 inches is just for drop. Okay, now here's a clip of Jesse Kozlowski, the famous dogmatic globe surveyor that's no longer around. I don't know whether he took retirement or whether he just decided to take a break, change characters, Brenda, or whatever, I don't know. We don't know what happened to Jesse Kozlowski. All we know is that he's not around anymore. Now, remember, McToon said it's just for drop. Listen to this. This is what Jesse Kozlowski says.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Okay, so Jesse Kozlowski says there's a drop from horizontal of level, and that's measurable. The measurable drop from the horizontal is what we measure when we measure the land. Elevation changes is what we call it. So it seems here that McToon's verified that it's for the drop, the 8 inches per mile squared, and Jesse Kozlowski has admitted that it's measured. I think even Bob the science guy says that he's measured it too. He's literally measured the drop of the water level, confirmed by McToon and Bob the science guy and all of the guys, right? So that's all I'm doing. I'm just pointing out to these people that obviously don't seem aware of it. I don't know whether Adam was aware of it or whatever. So they're all fantasy making these numbers, but it appears that Jesse Kozlowski and McToon have already stated it's, you know, a measured drop. And we've got the formula, the accurate, and McToon says it's accurate. He's obviously checked it. So all I'm doing is I'm discussing these two videos with the people in the arena, right? They're just, like we said, we're just outside observers, just taking note of the things that we're being told within the arena. And these are just things we're being told by the people that obviously know a lot more than anybody else. Here we go.
Has nothing to do with
refraction.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with refraction. That's what McToon's saying. That the 8 inches per mile squared's got nothing to do with that.
Well, it doesn't, but the
Well, there you
thing
go.
that we're
So that's
seeing
what
is
you
that
measure, innit?
it also has nothing to do with how far you can see beyond the curve, because it doesn't take the observer height into account.
Yeah, so it's literally just the measured drop.
From the horizon, yeah. Of the horizon, yeah.
Thank you, Captain Irrelevant.
Yeah, you never do see any curve. You just stop seeing things.
Yeah, though they
I don't think
imagine
anybody in any of these channels ever held up 8 inches per mile squared, forgot about observer height, and said, this is how far you should see, but thanks for that pro tip.
Do you guys know the short numbers?
Well,
y'all are the assholes that brought it up, not me.
Has
just
anyone
so you know.
worked out the short numbers for this dogmatic globe model? I mean, in a mile, you've got 8 inches, but what have you got at 100 meters? 200 meters? You know, measurable distances. What have you got?
Geodesic surveying is a thing.
Yeah?
The curve doesn't count at short distances.
What do you mean it doesn't count?
It's negligible.
It's measurable, right?
And
if it's
small
measurable at a mile, it's measurable at a
Not in the model. Not in the model.
It's measurable.
I think that you're misunderestimating how big the globe is.
Yeah, but listen
Jesse
to McToon.
Kozlowski says
8
It's
inches.
that big. It's that big.
8 inches
It's that
per
big. It's
mile
not-
squared. Jesse Kozlowski,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's that
Jerry's
big. You
right.
don't see the curve. at
There's
small
videos,
distances.
isn't there? Half a mile. So what's the curve at half a mile? Anyone know?
It was
Quadratic
a
formula?
degree or less. Well, it was a degree or less.
What if it's 8 inches at a mile? What is it at the half mile?
But why doesn't somebody?
Well, what you
bring
have
the
to
Earth
understand. Hang on.
Right, so it's a pretty simple question, right? Like, everybody's been in this arena for God knows how long. You've heard these numbers. You probably haven't got a clue what they mean. But when asked, if it's 8 inches at the mile, what's it? What's it at the half mile? Shouldn't be hard, should it? I mean, these geniuses of mathematics, I've heard. But I mean, what does it mean? What does 8 inches per mile squared actually mean? And what do these people think it means? You have to do maths. You have to know how to do maths.
Hang on. What you have to understand is What you have to understand is that it's not 8 inches per mile square. It is 69.9 miles per degree.
Yeah, it makes sense that if it's measurable at 8 inches, and McToon says, you know, that's what it's accurate for, then it's not accurate for it at a mile. It's accurate for it because it's accurate for it, right? Half mile should just be as good. Quarter mile, eighth of a mile, doesn't really matter. McToon's has stated it's accurate. He's told off Professor Dave that isn't a professor. The not professor, Professor Dave. It's just a YouTube professor.
Free.
That's not what McToon's saying, though, right?
That's exactly what McToon says.
That's an angle, mate. It's nothing to do with the curve.
No, degrees are not just angles. That's nonsense.
Degrees are not just angles. Yeah, there you go. That's a classic clip. Degrees are not just angles. That's nonsense, says the man that obviously knows nothing about it. And this is what you have to deal with. All I'm asking him for is the numbers for the half mile. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nothing to do with earth curvature, mate, an angle.
What you've got here is a geometrically illiterate fool pretending to use sophistry.
Not illiterate.
What's the half mile curvature rate then? If it's 8 inches per mile under a quadratic formula, what's the half mile distance?
It would have to be 4.
Height in refraction.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'll play it again. What's the half mile?
It would have to be 4.
What did he say?
We can hear, but you know, we don't have this on Discord, so we are just.
I mean, you guys can't hear the Discord.
Yes, we are listening to YouTube.
Sorry.
So we
okay,
are
get the get in there. I thought I'd put that on Discord. Sorry.
No problem.
Right, so here we go. Listen to this. What's the half mile distance?
It would have to be 4.
Height in
there you go.
You have to be full. He said that.
It would have to be 4. Like it would have to be 4. Half mile. 8 inches per mile squared. It's a quadratic formula. Half distance. This man says.
It would have to be 4.
It would have to be 4. Now, somebody said that. I don't know who it was. I was looking around for it. Obviously, nobody's going to entertain that. So that's just one of those things that somebody says from the peanut gallery. Anybody know what's wrong with that?
It would have to be 4.
Anyone know what's wrong with that?
Yes, with the linear function, that would be 4. But
it would be a slope, wouldn't it? That would be a slope, Earth. 8 inches, full distance, 4 inches, half distance, 0 inches at the centre. That's just a slope. That's, you know, the first person who I always remember the first. Shout out Sean Hawkins. The first guy to ever show us the geometric illiteracy of a globe model believer. 4 inches, slope Earth. Thank you very much, yes. Excellent work, no Rad.
fraction
Who
matter?
said that? Who's that?
I can't find
who's
out.
doing the
Arnold
slope?
said
Nobody
that
owns
a
up to it,
fraction
obviously.
in the observer height matter.
Who's the brave soul that spoke up? Anyone? Did somebody
Well,
say
I-
4? Did somebody do his Sean Hawkins with a 4?
I didn't see who it was, but someone definitely gobbed off.
Right, okay. So you've got a formula, quadratic formula, 8 inches per mile squared. What is the distance for the half measure? The half distance.
What is the half measure?
Remember,
Come
it's
on,
a
Globies.
quadratic formula, guys. Come on.
Come on, Globies,
What
get the
difference does it make
calculator
what
out.
the half measure is? What difference does that make?
What's the distance at the half mile? Well, it's
What
just really
difference
to let
does
us
the half
know
measure make?
how
But you might be doing some surveying. You'd need to know the curvature over a short distance. How do you do
I
it?
don't know why he said that.
Okay,
That's
but what
ridiculous.
does
They
the
don't
half
do
measure?
surveying. Don't bring it in. But it's a
No, I've
mathematical
done
formula,
surveying.
right? What's the
But
distance at
what
the half?
difference? But Bev,
Yeah.
what difference does the half measure make?
Just to show us that you actually understand what a quadratic formula is and exactly
Well, I
how
mean,
impossible
I
this is.
understand. I understand that a half measure means the measure of a half of whatever you're measuring before.
Well, it's 8 inches over a mile. What is it at half a mile?
Well, that does not take into account the observer height or
There
refraction
is no
at all.
observer height to this formula. McToon's already told
There
you.
is
He's told
no-
Professor
okay,
Dave that
does
isn't a
an
professor.
observer have a height? Does an observer have a height?
Okay.
No, not in this formula.
Genius.
Yeah,
Does an
because-
observer have a height? Like a complete non sequitur. We're just after the formula. And this is
Yes.
these are the guys that you have to deal with in in these rooms.
Yes, because these guys on both sides, they didn't read Robotam's parallax. I did. So it is when he is making this calculations, let's say, he is counting observer height to horizon, this whatever it is, this hump, and then drop is from horizon. So observer has distance to horizon, and then from that point, therefore, this observer is also dropping from horizon, because this is drop in 2 directions.
No,
But
this is drop from the observer, from the feet of the observer. That's what we're talking
yes,
about here.
you can make that way, but in fact, what Robotan did, but this is not what Robotan did.
Yeah,
So,
no, we're not talking about that. We're talking
Yes,
about
but-
what McToon has verified and
Yes.
corrected the not Professor Dave in a
Yes,
video
I ag-
form, right? So this is recorded. We don't need to talk about Robotham. We just need
Yes,
to
but-
talk about McToon. He's the guy.
Yes,
He's verified it.
But my point is that these people are making claims about Robotam calculations because it is his, this 8 inches per mile squared, this is his. So, but they are misapplying this because they didn't read, for example, parallax. That's why it is confusing, because they think that this 8 inches per mile squared is from observer height. It is not. It is from, this is like this tangent point.
Yeah, it's from the
on the ball.
observer's feet, the horizontal at the observer's feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or hump, but this
Well,
means
it's
that,
hard to position in it, right? What we do is we say from the start point of the level, like, so you'd say from whichever point is your point A that you're starting from, that's where this thing starts being applied. That point.
Yeah. Yeah, in that case, yes. So
well, that's what I would say anyway, for the mathematical formula of this thing. Now, obviously, it's not actually done. That's why Jesse Kozlowski's no longer around. Dave McKeegan, well done. Been trying to get some surveying hints. Welcome. So this is the 8 inches per mile. Take note. If the drop is 8 inches, because that doesn't have an observer height, the 8 inches. Thank you very much, Godzilla, offering out memberships, new members. Obviously, we do have a members only list. You might take some good stuff out of it there. Some illustrious names being able to get that content. Per mile doesn't have an observer height. So what's the half distance without an observer?
So, is there an observer? Yes or no?
Do you know? Can you not even phone a friend? Get somebody to chat GPT.
So yes, there's an observer, right? There's an observer.
No,
right?
8 inches per mile is the formula. What is the half distance?
That's irrelevant.
No, it is. That's the question. Don't say it's irrelevant.
Donald.
Just showing that nobody knows. You're all illiterate for your own model. This is your model.
You know what? Hang on.
There is no observer height. The 8 inches per mile squared is on sea level, yeah? If you're talking
It's
about
from anywhere. It's from anywhere. From the starting. You can tell as a flat earther comes in there from sea level. As if that makes any difference. I mean, what's he talking about? Nonsense. Bloody crazy flat earthers. Please ignore the sea level comment. Like we said before, this is just from point A. Point.
Would it be possible for me to talk to Bev alone? So, Bev, that you don't know, or I don't know what the half distance of an observer is, makes no difference to the shape of the planet. I don't understand what you mean.
This is meant to be the shape, isn't it? This is your formula for your shape.
Bev, the things that make a difference are things like the distance between places.
Yeah.
And
so if it's a mile, then it makes a difference, because if it's a half mile, there's a difference. The question is to you, what is the difference between the half mile and the mile?
It's a half.
You don't know.
So
I don't even know why you're still talking. I don't even know why your friends are letting you talk. They're just letting you show that you've got nothing.
Bev.
Why can't they answer the question, Bev? Why can't they answer the question?
He can't, because he doesn't know.
Bev, you're saying nonsense.
No, it's you, mate.
So
you're obfuscating answering a very simple question. See, what makes you believe when you're over there and you're listening to this sort of stuff? This guy hasn't got a clue of some of the most basic mathematical functions, never mind anything to do with the model. He's never been over this before. Nobody's ever even asked him this question. He hasn't got a clue what he's even doing. This isn't anything to do with measuring it, ask him. This is literally just about the mathematical function of the equation. What is the distance over a half mile if it's 8 inches at the mile? It's not tricky for any mathematician out there, right? Everybody's worked this out already. Or those of you that have actually been through it, we already know it because we've worked it out, or other people have worked it out because that's what they have to. This is a dogmatic globe dictates type situation. Since McToon has verified it as being the actual drop, and Jesse Kozlowski has confirmed that level is the drop from the horizontal, and we have tools that can measure that drop, then this should be easily verifiable by these guys.
Bev, I'm trying to ask you a simple question. Would you mind asking?
Yeah, which is an obfuscation from his question.
Just
exactly.
one. Answer a simple question.
Yeah, you're
So
trying to
Bev,
obfuscate from his question
no,
by
I'm
asking a
trying to
very
ask
simple
a simple
question of
question.
your own.
Bev, are you Bev? Are you Bev? You're not Bev. So Bev, what difference does it make
You like
the
my name?
halving the distance? What difference does that make?
The difference is the amount of numbers between one and the other. That's the difference,
All
literally.
right.
What? And
So
that was
what
the
difference does it
question.
make?
What
Okay,
is the difference?
Why don't you
Bev,
tell us the answer, mate, and you'll find out.
Bev, I'm trying.
Yeah, this
Bev,
does
what
carry on,
difference-
right? It carries
Bev,
on past this
Bev,
point.
Bev,
We're just
Bev,
establishing at first that
Bev,
you don't
I'm
know.
trying to
Somebody
ask
else
you a
is going to have
question.
to tell you.
Bev,
all the time.
Bev, I'm trying to ask you a question. So, Bev, what difference does it make between 1 inch and 1/2 inch?
Half an inch.
Yes.
Okay.
Half.
Well, I've answered
Exactly what
your
you're
number, right?
saying.
So what is the difference between 8 inches at a
Bev,
mile
Bev,
and a half distance, a half
Bev,
mile? What's the difference between the
there is
8
no
inch
difference.
measurement?
I'm sure
Okay,
somebody
that
said
has
4.
nothing. Oh my God, Bev, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about
Yeah, it does.
whatsoever.
We're talking about the 8 inches
It
per
doesn't,
mile
because
squared foot. Right? Is anybody jealous of me having this conversation with this guy? Because, I mean, it's hard work, right? It should be a pretty simple thing to establish. I think we've already established that this guy hasn't got a clue. He doesn't even know how to do the calculator thing. He can't even get his phone out because he doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't even know anyone who he can call to ask. Otherwise, they'd have told him to. Literally, they'd have told him to. But they didn't. We're at this point now where he's just shouting my name. Formula of a certain model. We're just trying
But
to work
it's
out
not.
what
It's
it
not
is for
8
half
inches
a
per
mile.
mile. It's not linear.
Would it be okay?
So why did somebody say 4
Bev,
then?
Bev,
Somebody said 4,
Bev,
didn't they?
Bev,
Somebody
you
did
have
say
to
4
stop
before
talking.
this guy started doing his fucking
Bev, is
rambling.
it possible for you to stop speaking for 30 fucking seconds?
You can ask me another question,
No,
which I'm going to
Bev,
answer, and then you're going to shout
no.
Bev for fucking ages because
I'm
you
not
don't know how to
shouting.
answer the initial question.
Stop talking. Just stop talking for 30 seconds.
Was the first
So,
guy
Bev,
that said 4?
Bev,
Was that correct?
is it possible?
Did
Can
he
you
do his
just
good
stop
mathematical
30
formula?
seconds?
Did he follow the formula
Bev,
to work out 4 inches? The
Bev,
half-mile
is it
distance.
possible for you to give it a break for 30 seconds? So, Bev, what difference does it make whether you have the distance between a mile, 10 miles, or 50 miles? What difference does that make?
I'm just proving that over a mile, McToon says the 8 inches per mile squared formula is accurate. I was asking you, what's the half mile?
It doesn't matter because
it
it's
would
only
be accurate,
accurate.
though, wouldn't it? According to
Yes,
McToon's
I'm in the
formula.
middle
Do
of
you
a
know
sentence.
what it is?
Middle of a sentence, man. I'm in the middle of a sentence, man.
Anyone see the common theme that we've got here with some guy stating that you're interrupting him where he never says anything?
Yes, he never said any relevant thing. He's just repeating your name. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And this is normally, like, don't forget, we're in a room here, right? That's a flat earther room, and we're questioning the globe guys, who I think they're doing a really bad job. I mean, if there's any globers listening, right? You're embarrassed for this guy, right? You'd have done much better than this guy's doing, wouldn't you? I bet David had fucking sorted this out. He cracked it out in no time. What's the middle of the formula?
I mean, I was in the middle of speaking, trying to answer
somebody
that
must
question.
have worked it
I'm
out
trying,
for you now. Somebody
trying.
send this guy the answer, then he
Bev,
can at least
I'm
fucking
trying.
say it. Come on,
Okay.
Scott. Help your man out.
I'm trying to answer your Bev. I'm trying to answer your question, but you won't shut up.
Yeah, my man.
Bev. So
Not
should I
hard.
just go away? Do you guys even care
Well,
about
you
what
can't
is or
answer
is
the
not?
initial
No,
question,
no
so
one cares
yeah, I
what you're
think you
saying.
should go
No,
away. Give
Bev,
somebody else
Bev.
chance. Come on.
No, Bev, that's not the problem. The problem is you're not letting me talk. So please. So what difference does it make if you have a mile, 10 miles, 50 miles, or 100 miles? What difference does that make to the 8 inches per mile square? Bev,
Letting him speak.
couldn't shut up 30 seconds ago.
The formula doesn't
Now you
change, does it?
That's my point. So
Well,
what?
my point
Why
was,
bring it up?
if it's 8 inches at a
You-
mile, what is it at a half mile?
It's irrelevant. It's the same ratio. So the thing
If
that
it's
makes the
8
8
inches at a
I was in
mile,
the
what is
middle,
it
right in the
at
middle,
a
right in the
half
middle,
mile? You don't even know what
Bev.
the formula is, do you?
Bev. I was in the middle of a sentence. Bev. So, Bev, it doesn't matter what distance you use. It's the observer height that
Does he
is
sound
missing.
drunk?
That's
I
the
think he sounds
thing that's
drunk to me.
missing is the
Yeah,
observer height.
something
But
wrong
it
with
doesn't
him.
have an observer height in the initial equation.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Well, it's because then, right? It's a drop
Because
from
it's the middle. It's the
a
beginning of a
point.
sentence, Bev. It's the beginning of a
Hello?
sentence. It's the beginning of a sentence, buddy. I was
Hello?
trying to say a sentence. Bev.
Yeah. Do you want me to get?
So,
I'll get
Bev,
another
Hey,
clip, eh?
Donald,
I'll get another
Bev,
clip for
for
I was
people to
20
trying to.
listen
minutes
I
to.
was
you are trying to say a
trying to
sentence and
say a
shouting bad
sentence.
and complaining not being able to say a sentence. You said nothing beside jumping from half an inch to 100 miles.
I've been
You're
interrupted every
spiraling.
time
You're
because nobody will let me
spiraling.
finish.
You have
Because no,
nothing. And you are allowed to do it.
because nobody will let me finish a sentence. If you'd let me finish a sentence, you would understand.
Just answer the
So,
question, dude.
I'm trying, but you won't shut the
It's
fuck
a number.
up.
See, this begins to get a little bit frustrating, right? Because you're in a room and you're trying to have a conversation with people, and you know that there's something that you can gain from conversations with people, but they let people like this do this sort of thing. I don't know why they're letting him do it. He's obviously got nothing, and he's just interrupting the conversation. That's all this guy's doing. And this is what you get nearly every time you go into any of these rooms. At least me, anyway. I think this is the new sophists. This is what happens. This isn't what occurs in On the Level Discord. So if you do want to come for a conversation, we're showing you this because well, you don't have to do this sort of stuff. I'll do all of this sort of stuff. Don't worry. It's just a number. The answer is a number in inches. Do you know it?
That's not the answer. Your answer is objectively wrong because you don't understand what's happening. So, no, there is no okay. The equation that you're talking about has nothing to do with observer height. That's the problem. What is wrong with you?
No, I think you've got it observer height into your head, but I mean, it's got nothing to do with that, like McToon says. That actual formula's got nothing to do with the observer height. It's the drop from a point over distance. The distance of a mile is, according to the formula, 8 inches. The question for you is, what is that distance over the half mile?
1.87 inches.
Okay, I would go with that. Sure, because it's the
Well, see, right? So somebody, after however long that was, 10, 15 minutes, came along and said 1.87. And this genius went, fine, I'll go along with that. Who was expecting 1.87 to be the answer? Anyone? Did anybody even do it? All of you mathematics geniuses out there working out the half distance. I know Spot On did it ages ago. I was under the impression that this being a quadratic formula with a square, the half distance is a quarter. And a quarter of 8 is 2. Not 1.87. So the actual maths, at least the way I think of it, would be the quarter of the 8, making it 2. That's the way quadratic formulas work. But somebody's come up with 1.87. 1.87. I'll put that back again, because watch how easy it is for people to shadow giant this, right? So somebody from the peanut gallery shouts 1.87. Listen to this guy fold. That actual formula's got nothing to do with the observer height. It's the drop from a point over distance. The distance of a mile is, according to the formula, 8 inches. The question for you is, what is that distance over the half mile?
1.87 inches.
Okay, I would go with that. Sure, because it's the
well
the
done.
root
Right, so if there's a drop,
no,
you shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Right, so over the half mile, the first half mile, we have a drop of 1.8 inches. We then go for another half a mile. We have another drop of 1.8 inches. Right, he doesn't want this to be heard, and I don't know why you guys are letting this guy talk all over me. Is there something wrong? 1 half mile is 1.8 as advised by this other guy. The other half mile is another 1.8. Now, if you add 1.8 and 1.8, you do not get 8 inches.
Hold on. That assumes that it's linear, which it is not.
McToon says that this is the actual formula for the drop of the curvature of the Earth. It's accurate. So if it's accurate at a mile, it's accurate at a half mile.
But it's not linear. It's not linear.
It's accurate at a quarter of a mile.
It's not linear. At 1 mile, it's 8 inches. At 5, it's like 15 feet. It's not linear. It's because it's a sphere.
It's a quadratic formula, yes. Thus making it impossible.
Why do you say that?
But McToon says that's the actual formula.
I know, yeah, the quadratic formula.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, yes, it's not linear. That's your issue here, I guess. You can't say, well, half a mile is 1.87 inches, but 1 mile is 8 inches, and then again 5 miles, 15 feet. It's not linear. Because of the nature of a sphere.
Right? We're making triangles.
Yes.
Right, so you've got a horizontal established at the initial point, and then a distance away from that, you have a drop.
Right.
Okay.
So
you're
the radius of
making
the Earth,
individual triangles, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Which are
triangles?
drastically
Are they
different.
right angle triangles?
Yes.
All the way along the horizontal.
As the Pythagorean theorem suggests, it's right angle triangles.
So that number, that 8 inches, is a vertical distance, right? Or at least perpendicular to the horizontal.
The 8 inches is the relation between the two.
Mm-hmm. Rise over run. As we do in reality.
Slope.
Okay. So if that formula is accurate for 8 inches and half a mile, would that be accurate? It's quadratic actually, so wouldn't it be 2 inches? Somebody said 1.8 something, but I think it would be 2 inches being a quadratic formula.
1.87. 1.87.
Is that through the quadratic formula?
Yes, I just crunched it. You want?
There you go. He just crunched the numbers and he ended up with 1.87. Check the maths. We may have it wrong. 8 inches per mile squared. Apparently, at the half mile, it's 1.87 inches. I consider this to be impossible. And this one particularly was taught to me by Slice Barcane. The impossible nature of the quadratic formula. Let's see whether anybody else thinks it's similar.
I mean, I can take you through the math if you want.
8 inches per mile squared.
Sure.
So we start off with the 8. The quadratic would make it 2, wouldn't it? Quarter. It being a quadratic. Wouldn't a quarter of 8 be 2?
100%. A quarter of 8 is 2. So we can find
So
some
it's
common
not
ground there.
1.8 then. Did
Okay.
somebody hand you some faulty
no,
information that
no,
you just took on?
I can take you through the math step by step if you're interested.
To get a
I don't think you are.
1.87?
To get 1.87, absolutely.
Okay. So, but the quadratic formula would give you a quarter, wouldn't it? Like 2. That's something that people can work out by themselves, right?
To be honest, I don't know enough to contest
But
this.
you said you could work me through the mathematics.
Right,
I
for
guess
the
that would be just a bullshit,
for
right?
the Pythagorean's theorem, yeah, I can do it if you want to. So you take the radius of the Earth, right, as one side of the triangle.
8 inches per mile squared. You don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you don't.
I can walk you through the math. You want to get to
8 inches per mile squared.
You want to do this?
Okay, so somebody's gonna offer to do this. I mean, what you have to remember now is that Adam Meakin and QE and Nathan and Brian had just done like a Ball Busters episode where they went over this formula and making new maths. They did a completely different thing. They came up with some new stuff. Similar to Fight the Flat Earth with the H derivative, right? But now this guy is offering to run me through 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, so this is for me. This is funny because if you have half a mile, it is 1/2 of a mile. So you just square. You are just squaring. What's it called? Denominator. Yes. So we have 1/4. That would be the answer.
It's the quarter, yeah. It's the quarter of whatever the full distance would be. And it works for anything. So you could then say, well, if 2 is the half distance, what's the half of that? And the same formula works. It's a quarter. And because of the quadratic formula, it makes it impossible. You can't add 2 quarters to get a whole over the full distance. It doesn't work. But, I mean, to me, that's part of logic, right? It's glaringly obvious that this mathematical function doesn't relate to reality in any way whatsoever. It couldn't do, can't do. In fact, it shows itself to be impossible. And it showed itself to me through Slice Barcane and his bending water level experiment. If you go on then. There we go. Have you got some paper? Have you got some workings out?
So you ready?
Write it down.
Yeah, I'm sitting in front of a computer.
Okay.
So the radius of the Earth, being one side of the triangle, approximately 4,000 miles.
Wait a minute. Which side?
Which side of the triangle?
Yeah.
the tall side.
The tall side. Do you like that? Like, I mean, we're off into it, right? We're starting off with mathematics. Which side of the triangle? The tall side. Great.
This is new geometry.
Yeah, this is
with
brilliant.
tall sides and low sides.
Being taught by some random about Pythagoras. This is great. The height.
The up down.
Yeah.
We good?
The up down.
The up down.
You realise that within mathematics we use the formula half base times height for a triangle.
Sure.
Right. So we either have the base or the height.
Well, for the area of a triangle,
not the tall side.
But are we solving for
if
area?
you're
right
dealing
now?
with trigonometry, we have adjacent, opposite, and hypotenuse. Also, different labelings for a triangle. We don't
100%.
have
You are
the
sure.
tall side.
Up down, yeah, sure, but you know what I mean, right?
Or the up down, yeah, that's another one.
Sure.
That we don't.
You know what I
have
mean, right?
Mathematically.
Sure.
So we do know we have a
4,000
triangle,
miles,
right?
Sure. 4,000 miles being the radius of the Earth,
wait a
roughly.
minute. Where'd you get that from?
From the Globers.
Okay, for Google. Are you Googling this method? Or are you just freestyling it?
Have I Googled the radius of the Earth? I absolutely have. People far smarter
No,
than
you
us
did
have figured it out.
4,000. So you didn't
Yeah.
Google it now. Because you came up with 4,000. But I mean, like, carry on. For the mathematics, it'll probably make it easier. Right? Any random number, doesn't really matter. We're just talking about the mathematics, aren't we? Of your 8 inches per mile squared.
Sure.
Formula.
Okay. So, yeah, you know what's interesting?
That you don't know what you're doing now. That's the step that you've gone as far as you can
No.
go.
That I've just Googled the radius of the Earth, and it's 6,378 kilometers.
You did miles before, so what would you
So here we
say
are.
is, like-
So here we are. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. So 4,000 miles. Let's just say, for the equation's sake. You okay? We're good.
Yeah.
So 4,000 squared, right?
So you said the triangle. You've got a
A
square
squared.
now.
Yeah,
Are
A squared.
you using the
plus
diagonal of the square?
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Are we on the same page there?
Pythagoras, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. So 4,000 squared, right? Plus 1 squared to calculate 1 mile out. Okay.
What?
Right?
No, that
4,000 squared.
Yeah, why?
So A
Why are
squared
you
plus
using
B
one?
squared to calculate 1 mile out. 1 mile versus 4,000 miles. Okay,
right.
4,000 squared.
Brilliant.
Really
Yeah,
Hey, man.
Impressive.
Yeah,
I would
he's
say.
he's freestyling Pythagorean formulas off the top of his head to tell us how we ended up with the 8 inches. It's great, isn't it? And this is what you'd have to meet. Like, imagine if you didn't know anything before going into this conversation. Right? I mean, how many people are there? Like, there's been a lot of people in a lot of these rooms talking about all of this stuff for years. And we did hear Adam, Meakin, QE, Brian, and Nathan going over this, working out a new formula, right? I bet nobody took any notice of it. Nobody even knew what they were saying because it might have been nonsense. They might have thought that they were understanding it, but it's just using the same as this guy is doing. Unless you actually know the formula for this sort of stuff within like a parabola or how these things are actually worked out geometrically and the mathematics for it, then I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do. They're just trying to formulate it, I think. Freestyle. Relying on everybody's ignorance of it already.
Man, hey,
Yeah, we're
Stop
doing
it.
maybe the
Pythagoras,
number,
I see it. Yeah.
maybe the number works out. Okay, just bear with me. Okay,
Maybe it does, yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
4,000 squared, 4,000 miles squared plus 1 mile squared, or plus 1 squared, equals 16,000,001. Are we on the same page there?
Well, that's what you're typing into your calculator. How can it be wrong?
I don't know if you're using this. I don't know if you're using the same calculator as I am. Okay, so the square root of that is 4,125.
I think I should be noted here. I don't do fantasy maths on the fly with random people. Like, he's just doing this on his own. He's freestyling this. I'm just having a conversation with the guy. He's explaining it to me, how he's doing it. I trust that he's typing the right numbers into his thing. He's the one doing the formula.
100,000. So 3 zeros, 125. Yeah? You have the same on your calculator?
No, we're doing your thing. I'm following along in my head with your calculations.
Perfect.
Right? Go on.
Perfect. Okay, so now we've square rooted. So we got a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? Now we're going to take the square root of c squared,
But
right?
you already did that, yeah?
No, so it's 4,000, 0,00125, okay? Subtract 4,000, okay? You get 0.000125 miles, okay? We're going to multiply that by 5,028 feet per mile.
I really lost him. I am not following him anymore, so I don't understand what he's talking about.
He added a mile on his triangle.
Bet it's a while since you did mathematics like this, right?
Which is about half a foot. Which is about half a foot of drop.
Half a foot.
Right.
Six
roughly.
inches.
Roughly. 8, 6. Yeah. 8. 8's not. Yeah.
That's you telling me exactly how we get the maths to get 8, and you said about half. So that doesn't sound very mathematical to me. That
that's actually wrong.
Doesn't sound like it's precise or anything.
You're wrong, dude. If the formula was 8 inches per mile squared, if you went because it increases exponentially as you go down. But if you went half a mile,
not exponentially, it's quadratic.
If you go half a mile,
I think this is
it would only be like 1 in 15/16, just under 2 inches. And that should be measurable, but that's not what is measured.
Well, if that's measurable, the quarter mile would be measurable too.
Right, you're right. And the
1/8 of a mile down to wherever. It doesn't really matter, really, because a lot of people have a problem. You might find it that horizontals are a problem with the globe model. And that's because they think the shortest distance between 2 points is actually a great circle distance. So the maths gets really tricky. Other than, like this fella says, just the basic maths. If the basic formula...
You want to go back? Let me just check. I'm pretty sure he did say 5,028 feet per mile. There we go. I think it was just here before he did this.
0.000125 miles. 0.00125. Okay.
No. What is it? Yeah.
No, we're doing your thing. I'm following along in my head with your calculations.
Perfect.
Right? Go on.
Perfect. Okay, so now we've square rooted. So we got a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Right? Now we're going to take the square root of c squared.
But
right?
You already did that, yeah?
No, so it's 4,000, 0.00125. Okay. Subtract 4,000. Okay.
What was it?
You get
Did he do this before?
0.000125 miles. Okay. We're going to multiply that by 5,028.
5,028 feet in a mile, apparently. Has it changed? Is that American feet? Or
I don't know.
I don't know.
I cannot follow his process. What this 5,000 or something is referring to?
5,028 feet per mile. I think there may have been a new designation. I did have it wrote down on my board, and I can't even remember what it was. That doesn't sound familiar though. Something seems a bit wrong.
That doesn't sound very mathematical to me. That, I mean,
That's actually wrong.
doesn't sound like it's
Is it wrong?
precise or anything.
You're wrong, dude. If the formula was 8 inches per mile squared, if you went because it increases exponentially as you go down. But if you went half a
It's not
mile,
exponentially, it's quite with the globe model. And that's because they think the shortest distance between 2 points is actually a great circle distance. So the maths gets really tricky. Other than, like this fella says, just the basic maths. If the basic formulas and Pythagorean theorem and geometry, if that is a struggle for these guys to work out, then how are they ever going to possibly work out the geometry of an impossible model?
Okay, but just for clarity's sake, the number we arrived on is, so to be exact, it was 0.6285.
no, that's not that's the wrong answer.
It would be 7.5 inches. But
No, that's the wrong answer. I'm telling
McToon
you.
said 8 inches is accurate.
Yeah, well, but
So,
I mean,
so you don't want to be going against McToon because, I mean, he said it publicly. There's no way he can go back. Once these guys say something publicly and it's recorded, they're locked to it. They can't go back from it. Is that right, Dave? Once these guys say something on video and they correct people like the not Professor Dave on video, and it gets recorded and clipped, is that right that they can't go back? Because McToon has said that it's accurate for the drop. Annie? Anybody? No?
I would say that they would have problem because with retracting, because it would be embarrassing for McToon. So I don't think that they can retract.
Right. So this is dogmatic, right? This has to. It has to be, isn't it? The dogmatic model says that it has to be 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, Robotham said it was. And if the chief Flurf says it has to be, then McToon is going to have to say it has to be too. I bet Dave McKeegan say, yeah, it has to be. It has to be because McToon said it. Can't go against McToon. Has to be. Anyone else? Does anyone else want to challenge me on the McToon said it on video? So I don't think he can really go back for it. Whether he's actually going to have a conversation about it. Maybe we can get somebody else. I mean, Adam Meakin is also, and Nathan Oakley and QE and all, they've also gone for a new one. So they obviously aren't talking about the actual curvature like McToon is. Contention between the
in the lands of the false dichotomy, and mathematics can sort this out, surely. Maybe we might. So 8 inches per mile, like, is sometimes told to me by a surveyor, right? The drop of the water level is 8 inches per mile squared. That's what everybody says, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's why
now,
water level is
to be fair,
being a
did
tool that devises a horizontal plane of reference becomes.
To be fair, we did round the radius of the Earth for simplicity's sake to 4,000 as opposed to the exact. So this could make up for the little bit of difference, right? But
Oh, well, it would be accurate then, right? You could have short numbers, couldn't you? As well as going beyond a mile, you could come back to the observer. See what? There's a guy called Sly Sparkane. I know a lot of people don't really want to know who he is, but he shout out Sly Sparkane. He's been gone missing, right? But this is the thing. If you ever wanted to know if there was ever a test devised for the globe, this is it. This is the Sly Sparkane 8 inches per mile quadratic formula challenge, right? It's a sort of a mental challenge as well, to be able to just imagine the process of going over this, right? The quadratic formula, the difference between how these are proportioned out, and the smaller that division becomes, the more ridiculous it looks, the more impossible the thing becomes. It's a ridiculous model, really, and that, like McToon has said, though, they're stuck to it. It has to be. So lucky you're here to go over this sort of stuff. This will be members only. He leads a massive troll army, and he devised a test to measure this drop 1,600 meters. It's a mile. But he had individual water levels of 100 meters. Do you know what the drop is over 100 meters? I know it'd be tricky as fuck trying to work it out, wouldn't it? But you would be able to work it out mathematically, wouldn't you? Yeah, well, that's why I was asking, what is it at 100 meters? What's
100
the drop
meters?
of 100 meters? Yeah. If it's there over a mile, it's there over 100 meters.
You guys still have like a flood brains. What are you up to, guys?
Put 16 of them together, because that was Sly Sparkane's.
And now we're going imperial to metric, though. Now we're going imperial to metric, right? Which also fuzzes things up.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Like for this, to show how impossible a quadratic form. This guy has just stated, if you go from imperial to metric, that fuzzes things up. Does it? Does it really fuzz things up? Or is it just a distance expressed in a different way? I mean, the distance still stays the same. It's just the numbers are different.
I saw in the past, maybe it is somewhere, this recalculation into kilometers and centimeters or whatever. So it's not a problem. So
yeah, you could do the difference in calculation over the mile or over the 8 inch. It would make little difference. It's still the same distance, just with a different unit.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's no problem. Rowbottom, he said that he used that because of simplicity of numbers. So it is easy to calculate. You can do this in your head. So this is why he used that particular, that 8 inches over 1 mile. So because it is simple to calculate in the head.
Formula is in reality,
it doesn't
Not
really matter.
possible.
You can do it by the half mile if you want.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be better. Instead of saying 100 meters, we would
let's say it's
translate
2
that in
inches
miles.
over a half mile. Well, if you add those two together, you end up with 4 inches. But if you start from one point and go the whole mile, you have 8 inches. So there's a difference of 4 inches, isn't there? That's pretty noticeable, right? As an impossible sort of measurement. It would go to show you how impossible it is to measure this thing. Because if you go twice as far, it isn't twice the drop, which is impossible.
No, but again, because it's not linear, that would imply that it's linear,
But
and it would be the same.
a horizontal is linear.
Yeah, but okay, but
and
hold
your
on.
calculations
But when
are
you're
linear.
dealing,
The Pythagorean theorem that you're
s-
using is
when
a
you're dealing with
linear
this
formula.
When you're dealing with a sphere, picture it was a sphere. Okay, the further you go off, the further you go straight, the bigger the drop down. You agree?
You notice what's happened here? We've gone from the Pythagorean formula to the imagine a sphere.
Yes, he doesn't understand that you just cannot add measurements. You cannot just go half a mile and then half a mile, because it is not 8 inches per mile square. If it was measured, it is not the same as you can go half a mile and plus half a mile. It is impossible, and he doesn't understand that you cannot add, let's say, smaller measurements.
Yeah, like, because that's what Slice Bar Kane showed me, that he had 16 100-meter water levels. Now, 1,609 meters is a mile. So those 16 100-meter water levels, each individually, supposing to the formula, have a drop of 0.78 millimeters. So the shorter the distance you go, because obviously if you go half miles, you have 2 half miles, you end up with 4 inches. And if you go if you call it 1 millimeter, right, you've got 16 millimeters. But you've gone the same distance. If you go it in 1, 8 inches. To go it in 2, you get 4 inches. And if you do it in 16, you end up with 16 millimeters-ish, less than that. So that's your drop measured. 3 different values. Sort of shows you that, you know, the relationship is mathematical at best and unrelatable to reality. It's just nonsense. And yeah, he's gone to the sphere. Drop down from the horizontal.
Yes. Naturally.
Because that's how you measure it. There's a limit, right? It disappears. There's a certain point where there is no sphere, right? Those measurements that you're making are called Euclidean measurements, and we measure the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. As for all your calculations that you're using, your brain gets fried when you see an impossibility, but you either have to work the impossibility out or just let it go and incorporate it into your model. But if you incorporate impossibilities into the framework that you're basing everything on, then you end up with a broken mind. It's impossible.
Speaking of impossibilities, is there a flat Earth model that exists?
There's plenty of models for reality, because that's where we both make the models and measure the original scale versions to turn into models. It's all Euclidean.
What is this
done
guy
in reality.
yapping about? Quit yapping.
Yeah, you don't want to hear this sort of stuff, do you?
No, you're just yapping.
Uh-huh.
He asked you a direct question, and you just started yapping about nothing.
So, this, I think, lighting. But is this guy coming in to save his friend? Or does he actually think this? Does he think that we've just been...
I think that this is just a game. He had to intervene, make some intervention because the guy was in trouble, or the topic was in trouble. So,
well, I think we'd already reached aporia. I think we passed aporia, and now this is a recovery job. They're on a rescue mission to go and save some poor guy from... I don't know whether he's still ignorant of the mathematics, or he thinks that some sort of trick's just been pulled. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's going on in these rooms. But we've been doing this, pretty experienced at this sort of stuff. Been doing it for years. Talking to people about models that they're ignorant of. They're even ignorant of what a model is. Scale, particularly.
Hey, bro, you just came into the discussion. You just joined the channel.
Blah,
like,
blah, blah, blah,
They
blah.
always
I
do
know
that when
yap
you're
when
not
I hear it.
listening.
I know yapping when I hear it.
yeah, but you just joined. Like,
They
give
try
it
to
a rest.
discredit you.
They'll be listening on the
So,
live stream.
is there like a picture I could see?
What do you mean? This is one of the things that I've been talking about recently, right? People will be listening into the live stream, and then they don't like hearing this sort of stuff, so they send people in to change the conversation, and it normally works. It's been working for years. The way people can just shut you out of conversations. They've got a very good teamwork of people. What we've got here is a Discord server that's a little bit different. It's it's not run by these people. They can't come in here to shut down conversations, although they do still try obfuscate certain conversations to lead you away from stuff. But we've been allowed to have those conversations free from these sort of disruptions that happen in these rooms. Should come on the level Discord, it's called. Come on in. Of Slice Barcane's bending water level experiment. Let me see.
No, I'm asking for like an idea of what a flat Earth would look like.
Don't know that. You have to leave that to the flat earthers. And I'm not a flat earther. I'm just trying to deal with the mathematical formulas, because it seems like the flat earthers are having a problem with it, and these globe guys haven't got a clue. There's all sorts of contention, and I just say it's fucking impossible. But you know, hopefully we might get there in the end.
All right. So is there a flat earther in here that can show me a model?
There was a discussion going on. So if you want to talk about that, you're going to have to wait until this one is over.
Yeah, you just came in and trying to divert. Like, I'm listening.
I was just asking a question. If you don't have one, just say no.
That's a boring
I'm saying
fucking
no.
question. 1,000 times a day. Do you have a model?
And say
It's
no.
not even
And say
your
no.
question, dude. Just like let
I'm
the
just asking.
conversation that's going on. It's more interesting than this parroted, regurgitated crap we hear 1,000 times a day. It's not even your question.
The funny thing is, they don't even have a model.
Well, it's not even a question that he personally is asking. He just parroted from somewhere. So it's not like he's going to put any actual thought into the answer either. He's just going to go off a script the whole way down. So it's just boring content.
Look in the see that there's the water level thing. The first model, Slice Barcane got a GoFundMe to go and do it, but as you can see, too leaky. It just leaked everywhere. He couldn't get the water to where he wanted it to go to because it was a water level, and he didn't survey it first to find out the levels of the land.
and he decided to go down a path at the side of the canal. This is brilliant, rather than along the canal. Can you imagine how fucking stupid he must have felt, leaking it everywhere? So his next one was where he did individual 100-meter water levels, and he was going to line them up end to end over the full distance. There you go, like that. I thought that was a pretty bad idea, because you'd only end up with, like, let's say you get 1 millimeter drop over 100 meters. There you go. If you look in the live chat, that's the slice bar cane test, the way he was doing it. Yeah, that's it. And those are the 16 water levels, each individual 100 meters. Now, when me and Spot On did our one, we both had 400 meter each. So, you know, similar sort of idea, except Slice Bar Cane had 16 100 meter individual ones. He still never talked about this. I don't know whether it was embarrassing or, you know, like shocked him. Maybe he doesn't want to tell people the results. Maybe, you know, maybe it's too big a thing. Maybe when he gets the results, maybe it might be too much fame for him. You never know. The reasons why Slice Bar Cane has either not actually done this test, or he's not actually told anybody the results of this test. Who knows? Who knows why Slice Bar Cane won't talk about this? And nobody seems to know about it either. It's amazing. Happened all that time ago. All that time ago. Well, 16 of them would give you 16 millimeters. That's not 8 inches. Like, you're missing a fair bit there, aren't you? You're not even really at an inch. It's 25 millimeters in an inch. So 16 over 16 100-meter things. It confused me what he was trying to do. Because we've got a test,
didn't do so
right?
well in maths in school, did you, Bev?
We've got a test using water levels that shows that a straight line lies within the plane.
You didn't do so well in maths, did you, Bev?
No drop in our one. We just have a straight line. I call it a horizontal plane that a water level establishes.
Just goes on talking.
There's Scott again.
Just talking to hear himself talk.
Maths. Yeah. Scott McKay. O level B.
Just talking to hear yourself talk, aren't you, man? You just go on talking.
And then I went on to do some surveying. So I actually did the tools and measured this drop. Learned all of the principles of it and everything. Differential leveling. So I do actually know how to use these tools and how to actually measure this. And like I said, when Slice Bar Cane said he was going to do this with the water level, I thought, that's brilliant. I don't know why nobody's ever done that before. And then I realised, yeah, I know why nobody's ever done it. It's because it's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Because the half distance, it's a quadratic formula.
Why? Why is it a quadratic formula?
2½ because 8 inches per mile squared. Hello, Scott. I know you don't know anything. Refer to somebody else. Go on, bring the big guys out. Believe me, you'll get nowhere. Because I've been here for 4 years. Well, more. Asking these questions.
If it's anything like the time I've seen you.
People say it's repetitive. But I just say people don't want to talk about it because it's damaging to models.
But it's not, man.
Can I ask, what does it mean with your test that a straight line lies in a plane? What are the implications?
There's no drop. There's nowhere to measure a drop. It's just a straight line. Yeah, this formula seems to measure a drop. But a drop of what? Jesse Kozlowski told us that. It's the drop of the water level from a horizontal.
No, that's not what anybody's ever said.
Okay,
That's just your misunderstanding of it.
I've heard
That's
the
just your
video that he says that.
misunderstanding.
No.
What were you going to say now then, Scott? If I can bring up a clip of somebody actually saying that. The guy that's not around anymore.
I would bet that they meant something other than what you're saying.
So this is Scott McKay, the guy that hangs about in Discord servers and says, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong." To anybody about anything, really. He's willing to go against the great globe surveying giant, Jesse Kozlowski. Scott McKay is. Should get a name for himself, Scott. It's Scott that goes against the great shadow giants of the globe. He goes, nuh-uh. No, he doesn't say just nuh-uh to the flat earthers. He says nuh-uh to the globe earthers as well. That's the sort of guy you want to have around, isn't he? Try and work out that they were saying or meaning something else.
No, I've been listening to you long enough to know that you misunderstand everything, and you probably misunderstood this too.
Uh-huh. Well, there is
because it falls in the category of something.
I only really got a chance to talk to Jesse Kozlowski once, and then he disappeared.
Well, my guess is you misunderstood everything he told you. Because you don't understand anything at all. I've been listening to you for a while now, man. You don't say anything that's correct.
There we go. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Hey, Bev, I have a question for you. Do you think McToon could be wrong about saying you use a quadratic formula?
What do you mean, McToon? He corrected Professor Dave, right? The not professor.
No, I know.
He did a video, the 10 things that flirts say, or whatever. And McToon corrected him about this. That's where this clip comes from, where McToon is correcting Professor Dave.
That's all?
Right, but I'm saying though, is it possible
McToon
that
knows nothing. All McToon knows is that it's a fucking formula that he's saying is accurate.
Okay, so I'm asking, and there's a reason why. Because I want you to hear. Let me read this couple paragraphs here.
Down from the horizontal plane.
Here we go. Listen.
Okay.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
There you go, Scott, please. Doesn't that sound like Brenda? Do you want to hear it again? Listen.
Okay.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Could that be Brenda?
Like similar, yeah.
It's Jesse Kozlowski, that. What about 10th Man? Has he got a bit of 10th Man in there? Listen again. See if you can hear 10th Man. Close your eyes.
Okay.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
What do you reckon? It's a bit more of a reach, isn't it? But I think there's a bit in there. You could bring back old memories. Well, that's Jesse Kozlowski again saying the drop. And Scott, what did Scott say? Something about him betting that nobody would say that?
There we go.
Hey, Bev, I have a question for you. Do you think McToon could be wrong about saying you use a quadratic formula?
What do you mean, McToon? He corrected. Professor... Yeah, this formula seems to measure a drop. But a drop of what? Jesse Kozlowski told us that. It's the drop of the water level from a horizontal.
No, that's not what anybody's ever said.
Okay,
That's just your misunderstanding of it.
I've heard
That's
the
just your
video that he says that.
misunderstanding.
No.
What were you going to say now then, Scott? If I can bring up a clip of somebody actually saying that. The guy that's not around anymore. Brenda. Oh, sorry, not around
I
as a
would
guy
bet
anymore.
that they meant something other than what you're
Not around as a guy anymore.
Hey, Bev, I have a question.
Not this one. Yeah.
Okay.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Because you could imagine having coffee with somebody like that, couldn't you? There you go, Scott, please.
Yeah, which is not what you said. Like
The
I said,
level
you misunderstand
surface
everything.
drops down, drops away. The
You
water
misunderstand
level.
everything.
Go on, then, which is the level surface when we're using water levels?
I've already told you this before, and you didn't understand it then. You won't understand it now.
Okay, is it okay if...
Do you hear that tactic as well, Scott? Scott the sophist. I've already told you before. Told you what?
Yeah.
Nothing.
He is referring to nothing because he cannot refute because all have heard what Jesse Kozlowski said. He said literally that water level drops at this rate, at 8 inches per mile squared. This is what he said.
No wonder he's not around anymore, right?
He said it drops from horizontal plane.
Yeah.
He said that.
And that's how we measure elevation changes. It's weird that he said that, isn't it? Really strange. That's why I questioned whether he was actually a surveyor or not. But he does seem to have disappeared, so, you know, safer to just walk away, I guess.
If I read something to you, Bev, as well as the room? Because I've been listening to you, and I was very interested.
This
so
is Apocryphon again.
I asked this AI. I said
I don't like people who use AI and asking AI, because if that's all you're ever going to do, right, is sit in the thing, I asked the AI this and I asked the AI that. It's who's got enough money to buy the AI, not who's having a debate or a conversation about stuff. So I'm not going to listen to him.
All right.
The answer to that is no, it's impossible. It's not there.
Why is it impossible?
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. In reality.
Also, there's a difference between measuring and calculating. I'm sure you're aware of that.
And this doesn't make the Earth flat, guys. That's fucking ridiculous. For anybody to say that, you can get that out of your head. This does not make the Earth flat. These are just facts of reality.
What does it make the Earth then, Bev?
Measurable. With elevation changes that are measurable. Points and positions that are plottable on maps, like they are.
Dev, I think you're using the wrong formula.
Yeah.
Obviously.
D squared over 8R.
I think you're measuring for a parabola. I think that's what's going on here.
Measuring the drop in reality to measure elevation changes.
Y equals x squared, like.
Yeah.
You guys got to decide on it.
But it's pretty close.
Will the formula make any difference if it's impossible to be able to measure what they're trying to do? Because you'd need a level, and level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. So this is where the nutsacking comes in, guys. How do you do
I don't
the
understand
impossible?
why you keep saying that.
At least contemplate it, eh?
No. I mean, I don't understand what you mean by saying that.
It's impossible.
No. About
You don't
the
understand what
horizontal line on a
impossible is.
plane. No. But a horizontal line on a level plane, what does that mean?
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? What does that mean? Like
That
okay.
literally means what it's right. Who cannot work this one out?
Yes, lies within plane. So it means that it is straight line lying on horizontal plane. I don't know how to express.
Like, yeah, it's sort of self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
You
We have
can't
plane.
simplify it to make it any more understandable, really.
We have plane, which we call horizontal plane, and on that plane we are drawing or putting a straight line. And this line is on horizontal plane, and it is level.
It's level.
And
Yeah,
horizontal.
level is, right? It's given an identifier to level and associating it with the straight line on a horizontal plane. Pretty simple, but a standard reply again. I don't understand what you mean. Make you say the same thing over again and simplify it down to make it sound like it's not understandable to certain people.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? What does that mean? Like
That
okay.
literally means what it says. I couldn't make it much simpler than that.
I was just gonna say it again, man.
Yeah, but I mean, what is your understanding of what that means? Why is that significant? Like what
It's
can
not,
you take
it's
from that?
just in reality, mate. In reality, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Now, I can say that with confidence because I've done a test. It's called the Realising Euclid Test.
The only people that are doubting it are the people that haven't used it at all. That's what's happening here. Who's
Like,
in here that's saying level's not horizontal?
I've used a level, and
used
you put it on wood. You make sure that it's
Right.
flat.
On wood?
Yeah. Well, in carpentry, you know what I'm saying.
You can do it on anything,
Right,
mate.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
What about water level? You ever use one of them?
He doesn't even know what a water level is.
Exactly. Talking to
Personally,
people
no, I've
that-
never. No,
exactly,
I've never.
right? Sadly, that's the problem. It's like people that are denying facts in reality with calculations when people will deal with this.
But
well,
so
sorry, not deal,
but so
have,
water level. What like?
you got 2 points.
Yes.
One end and the other, A and
Okay.
B.
Okay.
Even altitude. One can't be any higher or lower than the other.
Okay.
Yes, we get that.
Right. Okay.
Now
Right.
what?
So, what do you mean now? What?
Yeah, now what?
Yeah. What do you?
What more do you want to
know?
I don't know.
They're going to go round and round in circles because
well,
they're searching for a
No.
solution to an impossibility.
No.
We call
No,
this
no,
aporia.
yes.
We get what a
Their
water level
solution
is,
is just to knock down their own maths. Kind of self-defeating.
but we get what a water level is. How do you use it to
You're trying to find a
demonstrate
drop
anything?
of the reference from the reference.
Yeah, but nobody expects that to happen, man.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
That's
There's no
why
drop, is there?
we know level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
No, we don't. You do.
Yeah,
You think it is, but that's not what anybody else thinks it is.
Well, we've actually done the Realising Euclid Test, and you know, I don't know if you know anything about
Yeah,
that.
but that was a waste of time because nobody cares about it.
See, nobody
'Cause it
cares.
didn't prove
See,
anything.
nobody cares, Spot on. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
Scott's speaking
But,
for the
but
room
we
to
already
say that
know
nobody
you can
cares.
connect 2 points.
This Scott's always doing the talking. Why doesn't someone else do the talking? This guy has no idea. Seriously, I've listened to him for like a few days now, on and off. Like,
Everybody
is there
already
anyone
knew
else
you
in here that's
connect 2
got a clue
points.
about what's going on in there? Because this guy ain't. No
Right,
disrespect, Scott, but
did
no,
anybody
don't
here
bother.
think you could have connect 2 points?
See, now this is what happens when people come up against this Scott in these rooms, and he's placed in those rooms for that purpose. Nobody wants to engage with him. He's useless. He knows nothing. He admits he knows nothing. There's a special video out if you want to hear what these people are like in these things. This is what they do.
Anybody?
There he goes. He's going to try and like push someone into something. Go on.
Well, we all knew you could connect 2 points. What did you prove?
Why are you speaking for everyone else again? Just speak for yourself.
Well, he can't speak for himself because he hasn't got anything for himself. He always hands it off to other people.
Do you think nobody understood you could connect 2 points?
Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, isn't it, Scott?
We get that. Everybody knows that already.
Yes.
Who's the other guy saying yes?
Everybody loves
Sorry, I
Raymond.
can't see the list.
Confidence in your geometry. That's the starting point. A straight line.
Oh, you just told us 2 things everybody already knows. What else you got?
Well, that's it. I don't need to go any further.
What else you got?
Yeah, you don't need to go any further. Those 2 points being a straight line can be orientated horizontally, can't they?
Okay, we knew that
too. You
What
do
else?
that with a tool called a level.
And then what do you do?
Well, you say the level is the tool that established the straight line on a horizontal plane.
Okay, and what did you just prove there?
That level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And you can prove that a straight line lies within the plane entirely through geometric reasoning.
We already knew that too.
And also that all horizontals are parallel with each other.
You didn't prove that though.
I work in brickwork, yeah, in building construction. I work in brickwork construction.
Okay.
Do you understand? Right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
that's what we do. That's our job. We have to make the lines parallel. These levels are parallel. If they're not, then you've got a problem. Massive problem.
And how
so
long
I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone knows it anyway.
And
apart
how
from you,
long are your
obviously.
walls?
As long as you want, mate. You can go like
How
however long
are
you
your
want.
walls?
As long as you want.
Didn't ask that.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that horizontals aren't parallel?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, what we do is, Scott, we work out with the first bit and say that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And then we can say from that all of the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. We can then use further geometric reasoning to reason that all horizontals are parallel.
Except you skip the
step-by-step process, but it starts
Yes, I know.
with the straight line, Scott. Realizing
But it
Euclid,
doesn't.
straight line in reality.
Yes, but you take that same water level and you move it about 100 yards to the right, and you're going to get a different horizontal.
See, that's Scott. He can state that.
Yes, but this is assumption that
Yeah.
this is just empty statement.
Yeah, because Scott does that. He just says nah. He just it's just different. He can say that. Where does it get anyone? Nowhere. It gets you nowhere. People like Scott. But this is what you have to do when you go into these rooms.
That's retarded.
Realising Euclid
Yeah,
Tests.
it's
Scott
true.
shows that they're shared straight line segments.
You're not gonna. Oh my
It's the
God!
same
It's
straight
Scott.
line.
True.
Scott, that is ridiculous, Scott. Because
No.
you can, if it's a
You're
okay,
wrong.
okay.
This is
well,
what
it's
Scott
only in your
does. He
head.
just... Right, so I think this is the bit where we get into it now, because Apocryphon's going to come in and take over, and this is some of the best stuff around. Just sits here in this room and says,
Only
no,
in his
you're
imagination
wrong.
does that exist.
And
Not in
correct your
reality.
mistakes.
That's why you need
Only
Scott in
listen.
here for doing this.
I don't know why is he talking all the time? Yeah, and all you other
Scott.
guys aren't
It's like
saying
he's
nothing.
leading
Talk
the
all the
room.
time. I hardly talk at all. Get over
Hey,
yourself, man.
Hey Scott, you only in your imagination does that work. That never happens in the real world when we're building anything.
Yes, it
A
does.
horizontal level line doesn't change angles 100 miles away on a curve to make sure it's now horizontal to that curved line down the road. You understand that?
No disrespect, but there's no need to even mention a curve when you're talking about levels like that.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Exactly. It's
There's no
because it
mention
doesn't
of it.
curve.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's in building, construction, and I think you work
I
in
just
construction,
think
do
it's
you?
kind of wild to compare building like a fucking house or a building or even a stadium to the type of scale that we're talking about
Why
here.
can't they talk? Why do you have to overtalk them? Like with they're two builders talking. What's up with it?
So how long does something have to be built to make sense for you?
What, we don't understand, or I don't understand scale? Are you kidding me?
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly,
hold
yeah.
on.
Right, okay. Well, just
hold on,
like I said, I'm not listening to this guy because he's like off
Yeah,
his
hold
head.
on.
But carry on.
Yeah, hold on. The guy that said that building a house, you can't even worry about curvature. How big would you have to worry about something for curvature
Don't
in your
ask him
mind?
that. He hasn't got a fucking clue.
Apocryphon.
What's the use
Apocryphon.
of
We're in a
asking
situation
anybody a
right now.
question like that?
We're in a situation right now where
problem,
we have to give.
Right, so here we go. Yui is now jumping in to help Apocryphon. This is where you get to see Flat Earth Society teamwork. Troll Team 6 working with Apocryphon. Who'd have thunk it? Dead friendly like.
Give like some sort of extra credence to a man who says he works in construction. He probably builds patios outside someone's back garden, and he thinks because it's not curving,
Is this the guy that's never built anything until
therefore
why
being
I thought so.
flat. I mean, it's almost like we stepped into the clown world very briefly.
Scared of the truth. Scared of the
Jackal.
truth.
Okay, so how far does something have to be built for curvature to start
Nothing
applying?
has to be built, mate. Sorry, nothing has to be built. That's the thing. We're talking about horizontal here using water levels.
No, I know.
Nothing
I'm
is
meaning
built,
for
it's
these
just
guys.
a reference.
No, I know.
Oh,
I know we understand that, but I mean for the people that believe the Earth is curving.
So what on earth were we deferring to you for being a construction worker for then? What was
Yeah,
our
well,
point of
because
that
I just
little,
want to prove it to them and show them, because it
Not
shuts them
you,
up.
not
He
you.
just wants to jump
Because he's
in
trying
because
to
Spot On was
he's
pointing
trying to
out
make
that he
you
was a
insignificant.
builder.
But here's the point, though. Here's the point.
Relevant. It's citing credentials that
But
are
here's
irrelevant.
This guy can't have anyone talking. Yui likes to say that other people can't experience and have any knowledge of anything.
Your
This guy,
patio means
Yui,
the earth is
likes
flat.
to.
Yep.
Yui, you can say what you like. You think I
But
build
here's the point I
patios?
wanna
That's
make.
up to you, mate. I don't build patios all the time. I build all sorts of kinds of constructions.
But
I'm actually
here's
building
the
a wall right now with thermal blocks. Literally
But
with my trowel.
all
Yeah.
of that is completely irrelevant to the
Therefore-
fact
Good
that
for you, man.
level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Exactly.
Which you guys are all just obfuscating away from.
But they're infinite horizontals.
And the point I want to make to Scott and all the other Globers that don't grasp it, because obviously the people that know that that's nonsense,
another
they
wrong
understand
thing.
it. Can you please stop talking while I'm talking? Please. Thank you. The point is that when you have a horizontal level line, it's equivalent to taking an 8-foot level and putting toothpicks on top of it. Now, if
You
you kept
realise horizontal levels are pleonasm, right?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, I get it.
Oh, it's an
Okay, but the
overuse.
point the point though is that putting toothpicks, these little increments, and you're putting them on top of a 8-foot level, okay? That's
Right, so this is Apocryphon. And I think this is Apocryphon's bid for top left. For how to obfuscate level, I guess. Do you want to hear it like this?
Because I don't understand why he's talking about this toothpicks or whatever.
No, yeah, he's
Why?
just decided he's going to come in with this is his from nowhere, really. I think he did this because Spot On pointed out that he was an actual builder and he was actually building. And Apocryphon's character is the guy that does this building stuff. He's the authority on it. And so I think that authority got a little bit threatened because he heard that Spot On's a builder, and this is his response. It's absolutely amazing, this. But to be in it, I experienced this live. Fantastic. And playing as it record.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. I get it.
It's an
Okay, but
overuse.
the point though is that putting toothpicks, these little increments, and you're putting them on top of a 8-foot level, okay, that's set up horizontally, okay, then when you take that and transfer that measurement over, please, I'm so close to being done. When you keep taking that position and transferring that benchmark from one 8-foot ruler to the next, to where you're having something built horizontal and thus level, then those toothpicks, no matter how far how many you put, they're not going to start curving on you because they're on top of the level of these. I'm sorry, they're top of the levels themselves.
Yeah, they don't
which are
use
staying
toothpicks
horizontal.
Hold on.
within
Can I
fucking
just say something,
building.
please? Can I just come in as well? Like, sorry, mate, but like I've heard some descriptions about how to describe what level is, and that's probably one of the worst I've ever heard. Why are you bringing toothpicks into it?
Yeah, I don't even understand the
No,
toothpick.
you're
Like,
not.
seriously.
Okay, look at the reason why I bring. Look at the reason why I bring toothpicks into it is because toothpicks are straight, and if you put them on top
Builders
of
don't
a
use
level,
toothpicks. Why would a builder use fucking toothpicks to describe what he does?
because
For
you got to
fuck's
speak for these
sake.
idiots that don't
Has
get
this
it.
guy got authority in here, or is it you are not a mod or an admin or something?
Look, when
Are
you
you an
have a
admin or
level,
mod?
when you have a level, an 8-foot level, and you put
Oh, please
straight
don't go for it again, please.
and you
Honestly, it's
put
embarrassing me.
and
Right?
when you put toothpicks on top of them, how many do you have to put to make a curve?
What fucking
Why
hell are
would
you
you put a
talking about?
toothpick on top of a level?
Because because that's the way we build shit.
He makes
Because you're putting
Do not put
patios.
toothpicks over anything. If anyone's listening out there, don't listen to this guy
Yeah.
because he hasn't got a clue about what
Builders
fucking
don't
level
use
is. Honestly.
toothpicks on levels
We
to
don't use
build
toothpicks.
things.
Hold on, wait. Are you fucking retarded, bro? Are you
Like, so, right, some dickhead has decided to make the worst fucking explanation of anything I've ever heard. Like, I can't even understand what the point of it is. And now he's calling us retarded because we can't understand what the fuck he's trying to do. And this is in a flat earth room, right? And none of the flat earthers seem to care. This guy's their expert on building. And this is what he has to do. It's a joke. He's calling us retarded. This is Apocryphon. He's one of the guys. I think he was advising Nathan Oakley the other week. Fuck. There we go again. Listen to Bill things.
Hold on, wait. Are you fucking retarded, bro? Are you
That's
fucking
what
retarded?
you're saying. You're the one saying it.
Okay, listen. Hey, Bev, shut up right now because you're fucking retarded right now. The reason why I'm using the reason why.
Seriously,
Okay,
he's gonna
no,
do it
shut
again,
up,
isn't he?
bro. Listen, I'm talking. Shut up, real quick. The reason why I use toothpicks on top of an 8-foot level because people can do this in their house, and they realize that when you build level horizontally flat, you put toothpicks on top of the level, then you can put as many as you want, as long as you transfer that line to be horizontal still, they will never start to curve away from each other. That's the whole fucking point. It's
Like, seriously.
I simplified
Like,
it.
so you've just explained it for the second time and it still makes no sense.
Are you fucking retarded?
This is
You don't
Look, right. This is some of the funniest shit you've ever heard, right? He seriously thinks it makes sense to him that literally nobody else gets anything from it, right? You can do this in your house. What can you do? something with an 8-foot level and some toothpicks, but it's unclear exactly what it is that you're doing with it or for what purpose. Fucking crazy. But this is flat Earth. This, if you want to know what flat Earth is, this is it. This is what you'll get in these rooms. And then he starts calling you names when you say, I'm not too sure about that. I don't even know what's going on.
This is you don't get that.
I'm a bricklayer who uses the spirit level every single day that I'm working.
You're just as retarded as a glober if you can't get that.
Well, okay, well that's fair enough in your opinion, but I know I'm not, so that's up to you. Right, let's talk about level and actually what it is and how it can be described without using toothpicks.
Dude,
you got
tell me how many toothpicks does it take to make a curve?
You make yourself look like a joke, Apocryphon.
Oh, God.
You're making the building profession look like fucking they're stupid.
Yeah, what's the toothpick model?
No, you dumbasses. It's because if you have to explain it simply, because
this is not simple.
Don't get it.
I don't know what you're even trying to explain. It doesn't make any sense. For one thing, a toothpick isn't even fucking straight, is it? It's taped at each end. So what are you talking about?
What'd you just say?
I said a toothpick is taped at each end. Right, anyway, I'm not getting into that.
No. If you laid them on top of the fucking toothpick. Do you know what? Have you ever used the 8-foot level, you dumbass?
I'm out of it. I'm gone. Nice speaking to you.
Have you ever used the 8-foot level?
You might better talk about level and horizontal today, but
have you ever used an 8-foot level? Yes.
People haven't got a fucking clue.
Have you ever used
don't fucking patronize him, Apocryphon.
Have you ever used an 8-foot level? Yes or no?
He said he's took part in the Realising Euclid Test. We know that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right? And we don't need toothpicks to fucking explain it.
No, but we do, and I'll tell you why.
No,
see, Bev, that's where you're wrong.
You do, and your rhetoric is
Bev.
shit.
No, Bev, shut the fuck up.
It's like
this
the
is why
worst
you're wrong.
rhetoric I've ever heard.
Bev, shut the fuck up, Bev. This is why you're retarded, Bev, and I've told you before.
Really bad.
You have to, Bev. You have to put it in practical terms, because don't forget, Globers believe that level means curved. You dumb fuck.
Apocryphon. You can't appeal to this idea of like
Again, Yui's coming in because he's got friends in Apocryphon, and this is the worst analogy I've ever heard in my life. And they let this sort of stuff go on. This is one of the flat Earth guys. Everybody knows who this guy is because he's pretty loud. And he's, well, he likes calling people names because he's
because
clever.
He didn't appreciate that you don't follow his genius analogy or whatever example. So, but this is the level of mindset I would say in these people, because he brought example. Maybe in his imagination it was great, but nobody.
I can't work how it was great in his mind, and if it was great in his mind, I don't want to go there because it sounds like nonsense to me. And so if he's got nonsense that's great, then it's messed up.
Because supposedly his example should make a point for something, to prove something. But it didn't. But this people has some complex. I don't know, because they think that they can figure things out from the head, and at the same time they cannot use, for example, Realising Euclid Test as a real proof for something. No, they cannot. They want toothpicks are better.
Well, he just called me retarded because he said other people think that it curves, when I've just told him that I know that it doesn't. So why does he need to call me retarded?
Yes, it is not good enough for him. Because his example, his idiotic example, is better.
It's madness. I don't understand why they have to continue to. I'll call it arguing, but it's not. It's more like bickering. He's bickering a nonsense point that it doesn't even need to be bickered about, and calling people names at the same time.
Come to my side. We're on the same side ultimately.
No. It's not about that. It's about telling you guys.
You say dumb shit. You say dumb shit.
Not only am I telling Globers this simple fucking idea, all right, to this thought experiment, I'm also telling Bev and his side of the crew, because what Bev has to realize is that Globers believe that level.
See, he's not he's a flat earther and he's telling everybody else, but he doesn't seem to be telling flat earthers this nonsense, because nobody else would ever use it. It's just fucking ridiculous. It's just people talking shit.
Yes, so he thinks that his example, nonsensical example, is better to explain something to Globers than yours.
Well, I'm not. I don't have to explain it to Globers. I'll tell anybody the proof that I have that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It doesn't. I don't care. It just happens in reality that's that. These people have different models and have to try and approach people differently from the model affliction that they have. I don't have it. So see why people like this have to call people names. It's mad.
But he said that his experiment is a thought experiment. So his thought experiment is better.
No, he said people can do it in their house. That's why he uses levels and toothpicks. It's not a thought experiment. This is a practical thing. Because he's a builder. It doesn't make sense on so many levels. Just crazy.
Is curved. So every time Bev says, we know what a straight line horizontal is, to a Glober, they're going to say, yeah, we do too. It's curved.
See, why are you bothered about anybody else? Why is this guy bothered about what other people are going to say? I don't give a shit. I'm all right. This guy's the one with the problem. It's like an evangelist. Is it? Does he want to do his preaching?
Yes, but as a preacher, he should bring, let's say, evident analogies. Not this shit. If he is preaching for his something, he is preaching not well. It's not good preaching.
I see.
So they are not going to ever fucking meet in the middle, ever. This is why I use a thought experiment.
That's why I say I don't care what anyone else thinks, because I fucking know. I have the proof. And me having that proof allows me to be absolutely certain of what I say when I say it.
Oh, speaking of your proof, Bev, have you gone to that university yet?
Funny how the Globers in the end have to come out and help out the FE, and the FE help out the Globers in these arguments.
I'm just curious.
I mean,
have you submitted your proof yet?
I mean, toothpicks. Come on, man, toothpicks. You think that makes it simpler?
Yes. Want to know why? Because you.
Well, I don't hear why. Because I'm just
tell you why.
I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you
no,
why.
You're just. What are you doing? You're just
let me
dumbing
answer.
down something for what?
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Yay! You asked me a question. Let me answer. Now shut up. You said toothpicks. Do you think it makes it any easier? Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because the reason why is because you can use in your mind. You can imagine an 8-foot level in your house, and then put toothpicks on it. And then, if you say, and then if you tell someone, now if
we
you
had a water level that was doing that a minute ago.
Why are you talking?
That was fine.
Why the fuck are you talking right now? I'm still talking. Then when
we
you
heard
ask
what you
somebody,
said, you explained it before, but we're not 5-year-olds
when
here.
you ask somebody to transfer that line, because that's what we do in the real world in construction world.
Nobody ever does that.
Okay.
No one.
Excuse me.
No one ever does that with
No one ever
toothpicks and an
transfers a
8-foot
line.
level. Ever.
Whoa,
Ever in
Hold
humanity.
on.
In humanity, ever.
Once again, when you transfer in the real world of construction, you transfer the line. Do you know what that means?
When did you last use an 8-foot level and
Hold on, wait.
toothpicks in your
No.
construction?
Wait, hold on. You're not getting it.
I'm getting it, but you've never used
Do you
it.
understand what transferring the line means? Just
You've
answer my
never
question.
done that in your life, ever.
Just
in
answer my
construction.
question.
If anybody's
We
listening,
don't do
this
that.
guy does not represent the whole of construction,
answer my
and he's
question.
trying to shut down other people who are talking about it
just
because
answer my
he thinks
question.
his rhetoric is the better rhetoric.
Just answer my question. Have you ever transferred a line before?
Why are you asking questions?
Listen,
I'm
people
asking
here,
this
the people here are not. The
Have you
people
ever
here are
transferred
not
a line
5
before?
years old, even though they act like it sometimes in their intelligence.
Have you ever
Toothpicks
transferred?
and then-
No, it's very easy.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Have you ever transferred a line before? Yes
and
or no?
nobody ever does.
Everybody in construction transfers a line. What the fuck are you talking about?
I know, but nobody uses toothpicks at an 8-foot level ever
No.
in humanity.
See, now you sound like a fucking glober, an idiot. You're not.
See, again, that's an add-on. Just because people can't understand what the fuck he's saying doesn't make them a glober or a flat earther or anything. That makes you a bigot. Putting somebody in a fucking box so you can demean them. That's bigotry. Fucking terrible.
Not getting it. The reason why is because when you transfer that line,
Because you call people retards or globers or whatever. Nobody does with toothpicks. Whatever you
when
are.
you transfer a line, you're keeping that horizontal flat transition. So it's equivalent to you putting a 8-foot level and making sure it's level, and then you grabbing another 8-foot level and putting it right next to it. Do you understand? That's like that's what transferring the line means. You're keeping that level, horizontal, flat, straight line going when you're building something. And for me, we built 2.5 miles that might be too much though for some of these idiot globers, or it might be too little for some of these idiot globers. But the fact is that when we transfer the line, we keep that line level, straight, horizontal. The reason why I reduced it to a small, tiny little 8-foot ruler is because these guys, they can't grasp big things. They could grasp 26 trillion miles for stars to be away from your position.
Do you think that they could grasp stupid?
Bev, you're stupid because you fucking argue people. It's not flat. There's change of elevation.
I just make arguments.
Obviously, Bev.
I just make arguments, dude.
Dude, the point of the argument is that because when you can explain it simply, then people that are truly searching for the truth, something will click and they'll get it. Then they'll realize that, wait, yeah, level can't be curved because if I have a level toothpick,
it may sound simple to you because you might be simple folk, right? But
those
some people think it just sounds stupid.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of simple people, bro, and we have to talk this way sometimes. I could fucking talk very, very fucking high above these lower people, but hey, why?
Look at that as well. Do you reckon he could follow through on this? Or this is fucking delusions of grandeur? Listen.
I could fucking talk very, very fucking high above these lower people, but hey, why?
He could talk higher than what he's talking, and it's fucking nonsense there. Do you reckon? I reckon his nonsense knows no bounds. I reckon he could out nonsense anybody, and imagine it's of any level. It doesn't really matter, does it? If it's nonsense at the common level, then it's still going to be nonsense at higher level. It's fucking ridiculous.
I think that he calls his imaginative examples, thought experiments, like genius. He's just genius. So it was the simple one, but he could make a difficult genius example on the fly, I think. But the problem is that you don't need to make stupid examples. You are just explaining what you say. For example, for me, that his example is stupid because you know that if you have two ends of water level, the straight line between these two ends is horizontal. This is end of story. So why putting toothpicks or whatever? What it would prove, these two toothpicks? Nothing. Just 2 points of water level, straight line between them is horizontal. End of story. So what's the problem with this guy?
I think he's somewhere at some point, right? Somebody's told him something and he didn't understand it. And he thought, wow, must be brilliant if I don't understand that. So what he's doing here now is just making stuff that other people don't understand, because to him, that's what genius is, right? If you can do stuff that other people can't understand, that might just be brilliant.
Yes, or nonsense.
Yeah, or nonsense. Yeah, that's the other side of it, unfortunately. Yeah, he could be a genius and none of us can understand him. Possibly.
Because we got to do it simple, Bev, because these idiot Globers want to talk high.
Lower people, are you? You're just a fucking dude.
Bev. Globers want to talk high and real complex. Why? Because then it confuses you, and then it can make them seem right. And then they seem smart, and so they must be right because they know what they're talking about.
No. You're talking
it's a
about
very
the people
simple,
that you talk to in these
it's
rooms.
a very simple thing,
but
Bev.
Perhaps they come in like that because you act like this.
Look at Bev. Think it's a very simple thing. Toothpicks aren't going to bend on a level. That's the whole point of it. They're not going to start curving away on a level, right?
I think that the entire channel unanimously agrees that toothpick example was stupid.
You can agree that it's stupid, but it fucking proves the point.
I don't think it does.
Tell me, if it's so stupid,
you can agree that it's stupid, but it still proves the point. I mean, no, it just proves the point that we all agree that it's stupid.
Yeah, stupidity never proves anything.
That's a troubled mind that can allow him to still think that he proved something after agreeing that it's stupid. This is about as bad as it gets in any of these rooms, and this guy's one of the leading figures, and it's not the only one. Nobody will shut this guy down and say anything to him because he's a leading figure. This is flat Earth. Just the point that you're giving stupid information, right, to people and expecting them to take it.
We got you, Bev. You're a fucking idiot. We got you. We understand you. But look if it's so stupid.
Nobody understands you, Apocryphon. Nobody has any idea what you're talking about.
You're
man.
Another idiot.
But
you're
let
another
him
idiot.
Speak as well, right? Like you, Scott.
Look if it's so stupid, then how many toothpicks does it take to make a curveball? How many conversations
have you and Apocryphon had?
Nobody understands the question you're asking.
Listening?
How many toothpicks does it take to make a curveball?
Nobody has a clue.
Yeah.
How many toothpicks does it take to make a circle?
Nobody understands your question.
If you put toothpicks on top of an 8-foot fucking level, how many will it take to make a circle?
There you go. Anyone want to go? This is the new flat Earth thing. Apocryphon. Do you want to hear it again?
So number is the thing. Because
if you put toothpicks on top of a level, how many will it take to make a circle? Listen, this will be the future. Nathan Oakley will be doing this next.
If you put toothpicks on top of an 8-foot fucking level, how many will it take to make a circle?
There you go. Boom. How do you answer that? Right? If you can't answer it, Boom. Thank you very much, Apocryphon. Take a bow. Walk out of the room. Say, thank you very much. Absolute nonsense. But the guy thinks it fucking... He thinks this is what he's come up with. Listen.
If you put toothpicks on top of an 8-foot fucking level, how many will it take to make a circle?
Anyone? You still trying to work it out, or have you like give up already? Thought that's just nonsense. It's nonsense on so many levels. You can't even comprehend
because,
it.
for example, if you give him some number, he always can say, no, you are wrong. Because it is not 1,000, but 1,001. You were wrong.
Nonsense. Fucking hell. That's just nonsense, dude. It's nonsense.
You can't grasp it.
No, you can't make any sense from it. It's nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense. You fucking moron.
It is. It's
There's
really
literally
stupid.
no answer.
No, you
that
have to say
anybody
it. No,
could give.
Clovers have to say it's stupid. Bev has to say it's stupid because you guys are just fucking retarded.
No,
right there. He's justified it to himself. Globers and Bev have to say it's stupid because there's something wrong with us. Has to be, right? Because none of the flat earthers have ever said, no, Apocryphon, don't get it. They've all gone, oh, well done, Apocryphon. Yeah, that helps us. Yeah, brilliant. Nobody's bothered telling him. Or maybe, he might be one of the leading figures. And people can't go against him, like Nathan Oakley. Flat Earthers are like going wild at the minute, just stating any old shit. And then if you challenge them, they just say it's your fault. You don't understand it.
Flat Earthers have come out and said that it was stupid.
Okay. Any flat Earthers that are saying it's stupid are fucking just retarded and they're just jumping aboard. They're like sheep. It's very, very simple.
Anyone that says that that's stupid is retarded, says Apocryphon, the guy that makes up absolute nonsense statements or questions that nobody can answer. Flat Earth 2024. I blame Nathan Oakley or QE. Probably QE. QE started the shit with the stupid modus tollens.
Why would
you
they
guys probably
actually
don't even know
sheep
what the
against
fucking
you?
8-foot level looks like at this point because you're fucking retards. Do I have to go get an 8-foot level and then show you with toothpicks? Because the reason why I use toothpicks, by the way, because they're
Oh
straight.
my fucking god!
The reason why is because they're straight. You
What
dumb
are you
fucks.
doing? Go on. Like, literally, look how angry he's getting. Because he's the one that came up with the nonsense stuff. And he's...
Yeah, but he thinks that this is great thing. He said genius thing. And you don't understand him.
Yeah.
So that's why he's getting
I
angry.
don't think anybody understands him, literally, in the room. There's nobody there that understands what he's saying. Yet he's calling people retarded for it.
Yes, and in his mind, he even helped you to understand what this example with the toothpicks, because he asked auxiliary question. And you didn't even respond to that simple auxiliary question. So, yes, he is rightfully angry. Yeah. Great example, supported with auxiliary question, which was also great. And you still don't understand.
Yeah, I think I do, Mike. Yeah, asking for a demonstration. I say get it on video. I mean, this is what you want. This is the sort of stuff they want for the top left. If you can put it on video, then that'll be, flat Earth proof. Go on, do it.
Yeah, this
Record
is
it,
really
please.
bad.
Come on, let's do it live.
You're
I
doing a
think you go get
disservice.
the level, Apocryphon. Go get the
I
level.
think you get the level in the toothpaste.
And cam up, man.
Hey, this
Get the
might even
toothpick
make
and
top
cam up.
left Apocryphon. Like, you might
Bro,
actually do
shut
it
the
with
fuck
this.
up, Bev. You and your
Do
fucking
us a
top
video
left. You could go jack. You and
explaining what you
McToon and
mean.
FTFE can all fuck off. Go. You're another grifter, by the way. You YouTube grifter. Get the fuck out of here. You're another grifter. You're over there calling them grifters. You try to get money from people.
You're
Get
on
the fuck out
YouTube
of here.
right now, are you?
Can't stand you, Bev. Oh, you don't have a channel?
No, are you?
Oh, you don't put up content?
Are
Get the
you
fuck out
on
of here.
YouTube right now? Or I don't know the people who are in here. Are you streaming to YouTube now?
Am I? No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No, the people
Dude,
in here.
And no. But guess what though?
No,
But
it's
guess what
not
though?
streaming.
They're not asking people for donations. They're not asking people for super chats. They're not asking people for subscriptions. They just stream it because they just want to get the fucking message out.
Have you heard me
So
doing that?
shut the fuck up. Dude, even when I had Asylum, I was fucking interviewing fucking Mark Sargent, fucking Dave Wise, and you know all these McToon.
Did you tell them
fucking
about
F-
your
and you know
toothpick
what?
on
Many
11?
I was gonna say the same thing.
Many
Bev.
people.
Apocryphon. I thought he still had Asylum. It's still there. The Discord channel that nobody ever posts in. Whenever he said he had it, has he not got it anymore? Apocryphon, have you not got the Asylum? I've been posting videos in it. If you don't have it, who has it? What's going on? Do you like the bit where he said this? He says,
I was fucking interviewing fucking Mark Sargent, fucking Dave Wise, and you know all these McToon.
Did you tell him
fucking
about
F-
your
and you know
toothpick
what?
on
Many
11?
I was gonna say the same thing.
Many people were like,
What did they
"Hey,
think
you
of
should
it?
charge for
Yeah, that's
people
good.
to like ask questions. You should charge for people to see it, like a pay-per-view." I said, "No."
You should remember where you heard it first. Toothpick on a level, the new flat Earth proof. I think
demonstration.
Demonstration. Yeah, the
Demonstration.
demonstration of flat Earth. Toothpick on a level. Apocryphon. It's got a future. It's got a future. Get Nathan Oakley to take it. Yeah, you say it helps you prove the Earth's measured flat somehow, and Nathan Oakley will have it. He'll buy it.
No, dude, I'm not
It's
going to
good.
charge, and I charge zero. Bev, what do you do with your channel? Do you charge people?
No.
Do you charge their super chat?
Don't
Do you read
charge
super chats
people.
off on your channel?
Yeah.
Fucking grifter, get the
I'm a
fuck out of here,
grifter.
dude. You're a piece of shit.
I'm a piece of
I
shit.
think that's pretty standard amongst YouTubers.
Yeah, I think. I
Yeah,
mean, there's
they're all-
nothing wrong with people being able to super chat, is there?
No.
Oh,
But when you want to sit back and point fingers at another person, but you yourself
No,
do the same thing
I'm
they
just
do,
saying your
you have no
rhetoric
room to talk.
shit. Nobody can
You have no room
understand
to
it.
talk.
You
You have no
improving
room to
it would
talk.
help your
Don't call other people
conversation,
grifters if
surely.
you're one yourself.
Okay. Just run me through it, Apocryphon. We got the level. How do we get these toothpicks to stand up?
I have a pack
No,
of
you
toothpicks and a
lay
new
them
foot level
down
right
because toothpicks are flat. You lay them down on top of it.
You lay them down.
Toothpicks are flat. Did you hear that?
Toothpicks are flat. You lay.
Toothpicks are flat. Did you know that?
For me, this is strange description of
Toothpicks are flat. No, flat toothpicks. Microphone, here we go. Let's check it out again.
I have a pack
No,
of
you
toothpicks and a
lay
new
them
foot level
down
right
because toothpicks are flat. You lay them down on top of it.
You lay them down.
Toothpicks aren't flat.
Right. You lay them down.
Come on.
You lay them down. You lay them down. Okay.
But they're not
And
flat.
then, and if you lay them down, and if you lay them down on top
Toothpicks
of a
aren't
level,
flat.
they
Can
will
I
be.
just make sure?
They're
not.
If you lay them down on top of a
Everybody
level,
else,
they
I
will
think
be.
all
Do you
of us
understand that?
here, apart from
The
Apocryphon,
levels
seem
level.
to agree.
Why do you want to put toothpicks on it for?
Because
What do the
because
toothpicks
it's
show?
Muted.
because it's representing when you.
I got muted for saying that toothpicks aren't flat to try and get Apocryphon to confirm that was like a slip of the tongue or maybe a Freudian slip. But he didn't actually think that toothpicks are flat. It's still not confirmed. He got away with it. He's been allowed to have flat toothpicks from the
flat Earth guys. I'm muted.
You're building something, and you put it on a level, flat, straight fucking line, right? As you're building. So if you take a toothpick and put one, you lay it down, and you're butting them up, right? Point to point to point to point to point.
Oh, okay,
across
butting
the
them
8
up.
foot.
Okay, I get like that. I'm just getting the picture. That's all. I thought they were stood
Right.
up vertically at first. You see.
No, oh, no. Yeah,
And
not
I
like
go,
that.
oh,
No.
that can't work. Okay, so they're butting up, and then
Yes. Then how
a
many?
bit
How many?
tapered at each end, so it's a bit difficult to get them point to point. But I'm with you. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. Now, when you kiss them and butt them up, how many will it
Yeah.
take to make a circle? Well,
Well,
if you can
the
grasp it.
the level has established that already. You don't need the toothpicks. The level is horizontal and
True.
level. You don't need toothpicks to show that.
True. Matter of fact, you could just use levels. I get what you're saying.
I mean, if
You
the
could just say,
toothpicks were
how many 8-foot
vertical,
levels
then
lined up will it take? You're right. You could just
yeah,
use a
but
level.
if the
You're right.
toothpicks are vertical, I could kind of think, oh, okay, that's where you're going with it. But you're just confirming that the level is level
Correct.
with the toothpicks.
Yes.
So what?
That's all you're doing.
You got the level. So why the
It's a
toothpicks?
circle. It's something
No,
to do
I
with
know.
the circle.
Because it's a visual. Because you're right. You literally
Yeah,
can
but
just use.
spot
You
on.
could
He
use.
said he's a concealed construction, so he'd established the level on the site
Correct.
and for his building work, and the
Correct.
bricks are the toothpicks, if you like.
Right. Exactly.
And he was saying that, but he somehow got dismissed as anybody who knew what he was doing. I don't know what the toothpicks are going to prove, because the level doesn't curve either.
Look at
Horizontal doesn't curve.
Where's the
It's a
circle
straight.
come from?
Look at toothpicks, bricks, pipe, beams, fucking wood,
honestly,
whatever you want
I
to use
thought-
as a building material.
How
The
many
point is,
toothpicks do you reckon you could get on an 8-foot level?
the point is that when you're building something level and straight, horizontally flat, that's never going to curve away from itself.
We know that. That's what we said with the water
To
level.
make a circle. That's the whole point.
What is it about the water level you want to silence then? Because the water level will demonstrate that far, far better than an 8-foot level and some toothpicks.
Yes. Well,
So
I know,
that
but
was
look
where
at
we were, and it's going
agree with you.
fine. And then you just destroyed it because
No.
The water level will establish that over a much larger distance than 8 feet.
No, hey, listen.
So why
I
is that
agree
shut
with you.
down? And you
I
go to an
agree with you.
8-foot distance.
Look at. I agree with you, but
Until
do you
people are
remember what?
retarded.
Hold on. I agree with you, but do you remember what Scott told him when he mentioned the water level? Scott said, "Well, at the end of the water level, there'll be a new horizon."
Says to everything.
I know.
Yeah, but did you notice what everybody said when you brought up the level and the toothpicks? Do you think that was any better?
No. It was that's why I brought a visualization on a smaller scale, because then he can.
God
because
knows what
hopefully,
he's talking about. He does this every day. He doesn't need an 8-foot level and toothpicks. Honestly, 5-year-olds might.
Can we use uncooked spaghetti noodles instead? I think that would help me visualize it.
well, then they're pliable, then they bend, so that's not the same thing. But the point is,
dumbing down the whole argument.
Can we do it in a vacuum?
On a level, you're right. You could use that, because if it's on a level, it's going to be straight regardless. You're right.
Can we do it in a vacuum?
It's just another level of nonsense. It just confuses the whole issue. I can't see how anybody can go forward with this stuff.
Well,
the point is
that when you're
we're not in a primary school teaching young kids and giving them some kind of meme graphic representation. There's people in here talking here every day about water levels and deep shit, not basic kind of memes to paint a picture in people's heads. Everybody knows what a water level is. Scott knows what it is. He argues the same shit every time. He doesn't need an 8-foot level to make it any clearer. He's just here every day saying the same thing. You're wrong, and he's done nothing. And most of the people in here have done nothing. Never touched the tools, never used the tools, talked to ChatGPT or something for their information. And I don't know where it's going, really. And then when it gets a bit tough, a glober supports a flat earther, a flat earther supports a glober, and shuts down the people who do have an argument that actually benefits your argument, and you kick it out.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
The point, though,
You're
is
go
that
back to toothpicks.
Globers. The point, though, is that Globers they firmly believe.
Yui just jumped out of the shadows to help you.
They firmly believe. They firmly believe that
people
level
call out
is curved.
Yui to come and help them.
They firmly believe that
the flat earthers.
They firmly believe that level is curved. So even when you speak level to them, they still think, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
but
beliefs
because the
don't
earth is
override
curved,
proofs, do they?
I get that. I get that. But we're not even arguing with Scott
Are
at
you
this
in a
point.
position
We're
to
arguing
hand
it.
people the proof,
We're talking.
or you're just talking
We're
about the
talking to
beliefs?
the audience at this point. And sometimes, if
About
you
the
break
beliefs
it
of
down
others.
as simple as possible for the audience, then hopefully something clicks, and then they realize.
But the audience is telling you it's not simple. It's fucking nonsense, the shit that you're talking.
Well,
And the audience is only in this room. It's not going out streaming. So it's only people in this room that's the audience. It's not going out to YouTube, to the world. And if it is, then hello world, does this make any sense? How old are you that you can't grasp this idea of a water level? That you need something much simpler. And the people in the room here don't. The people in the room don't, do they?
The water level would be
Everybody
the best.
here is here pretty much every day. They've heard this. They don't need. I don't get where it's going. It's just round and round, circular talking all the time.
Realize Euclid.
If you bring up something to challenge
you could do it
anything, it
much
just
cheaper
gets
and much
squashed or pushed in the corner or said
demonstrate.
you're part of this group or that group.
have
Don't
here
talk to them. Don't subscribe. Whatever
piece of
goes
spaghetti.
on, I don't understand where
It's a
this
straight
truth
line.
is headed.
Now the second one.
Because it's just hit a dead end.
Rain Man was just
So I
trying to break
overlap
down
them.
the concept into a more digestible example.
Right, overlap.
Oh, well, you might need toothpicks for
single straight
you.
line.
You know, then put your hand up and ask for that description.
just
Something
realize
simple.
Wait, Erdebear, are we?
Something gets too difficult.
Euclid's first
I can't tell what you were saying, Erdebear. Were you
Well,
saying
it
that
is
we
in
are
a
all
plane.
factional, or were
See,
you
that's the
saying that we
thing.
all sim for
It's
each
a
other?
plane
Because
that you need to
you said that I was
establish,
defending
because
Apocryphon,
Book 11
but you
is
also said we're
solid geometry.
we have like our teams, right?
sure that
I'm
we have a
anti-flat earther and
Now, have I
Apocryphon's
realized
anti-globe
Euclid?
earther. So how are you going to reconcile those two things together?
Just let the room know. I don't talk to this guy. He's not to be trusted. Told you before. I told him the
Here we
first
go
time
again.
I talked to him.
Here we go
He's not to
again.
be.
Are
He's
you
not to be
evil,
trusted.
Yui?
I make my decision about that, same as I make my decision about whether I think about toothpicks or anything. Yeah, he said he was going to bring this channel down, but you've got him here. I heard him yesterday calling out Yui. Have you got anything to say, Yui? Come on, you come and entertain us.
I said I was going to do what?
Yeah, bring down the channel, he said.
Do you want to cite that? You want
Doesn't
to
sound like
post it
him.
anywhere, post it somewhere, ideally, so we can all look at it?
Well, the evidence is there.
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
It
he's
doesn't
not to
like
be
him at
trusted
all.
in my book. I haven't got time for him. He's just
Yeah,
a
you're just going
joke.
to say things, aren't you, Erdebear,
And
as
I
usual?
noticed, that people just,
You're
both
gonna lie
sides
about
come
people,
out and
man?
support each other somehow. And that seems a bit weird to me.
You're just gonna lie about people?
And that people here are here,
This is
every day.
trademark.
They
He
know the
likes to make
arguments.
things up.
Well, it's observable.
Big massive break now for these guys. Obviously turned into something that it wasn't. The Yui and Scott are doing. This is just the way that these conversations go. Can you remember where we started? What we were talking about at the beginning? We just gone into some other weird discussion. I mean, we started off with the quadratic formula and then worked to level being horizontal, told them about proof, and where are we now?
Horizontal is horizontal at the end of the day. It's not curved.
Yeah, but nobody wants it.
No, but level is.
Especially on a piece of paper, right? That's even more clear.
Nobody wants horizontal and straight lines and an argument. Nobody wants it. Anybody.
The whole world is derived from that, by the way. Everything that's built is derived off parallels and horizontals. Everything. Doesn't matter if you're fucking building in a mountain. Doesn't matter if you're building in a fucking valley, even in a fucking ditch. Everything about that is going to be horizontal to the fucking to a straight line. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Horizontal. You were going to say horizontal to the plane, but then you realized.
Yeah.
there could be more than one plane.
Right,
That would be
exactly.
good,
That's
wouldn't
why.
it?
Yeah, you're right.
Yui's
That's
here
exactly
to train you, Apocryphon.
Infinite planes.
Be a good lad.
Do any of you guys believe in curved water?
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Does anybody believe in curved water?
Yeah, there's
Yes,
things
I
like
do.
weirs
curve
and
sometimes, yeah.
waves and stuff like that. Yeah.
Tide.
You don't
Water
need
that
to. You
curves
don't need
around
to
the globe.
believe
You
in
know,
those
water
sort of
curves
things. You can
all the
I believe
actually
in
see
water
them.
that curves
raindrops,
along the globe.
raindrops, surface tension. You know, like Bev said, waves.
Okay, let me be a
Water
little bit more
curves
precise.
regularly, I think.
He's talking oceans, though.
Curved water
What
around the
I
globe.
mean,
Yes.
when I say it's a bunch of bullshit, I'm specifically speaking in regards to the fact that people believe that the ocean is curving away from you
Yes, we do.
because it's sticking to
Scott,
the
speak for yourself.
gravity of the texture of the earth
Yeah, but
Well,
that's
part of the
ridiculous
people.
because the
Oh,
plane
you
of the
always say
horizon
we,
is
man.
horizontal. So, I mean, that's just
exactly
that's
How about-
nonsense.
complete nonsense.
So why
Like, how
are
many
you
scouts are
saying
there?
it for them
Oh, you
then?
guys shut up. Fucking arguing about the same thing
He's
fucking
not
for an hour
arguing
now.
about it. He's telling you what your model
He's not
has.
telling me shit,
I
dude.
know he's not.
He's
Because
talking to
you
you,
have
and
your
you're
own
talking
model.
to him, and you're both fucking arguing the same point
I'm
over
not.
and over again,
I'm
man.
pointing out that his
I'm
fucking
not.
rhetoric
I'm
is
not.
shit. And he's
Are you
talking
drunk,
for the
Bev?
globe.
Like, shut the fuck
Like
up
he is a
already,
glober.
man.
He knows more about it than anyone.
We all know about the globe. We were all globers. What the fuck?
It's not real.
It's because we know the globe is why we can realize
No,
the
no,
stupidity.
Apocryphon. Like,
No.
before, I was a glober, technically, up until September, when I started to be a different kind of glober that understood, I guess, some parts of the globe. Now, just saying you were a glober at one point, I mean, didn't mean you understand exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, the real
You know,
globe. You
did
didn't
get
know
that?
the
It's
real
because
globe.
we understand.
Did you guys get that? This is Yui. I don't know whether he meant to say that or not. Listen.
We all know about the globe. We were all globers. What the fuck?
It's not real.
It's because we know the globe is why we can realize
No,
the
no,
stupidity.
Apocryphon. Like,
No.
before, I was a glober, technically, up until September, when I started to be a different kind of glober that understood.
Different type of glober. He was a glober up until September, until he became a different type of glober. What's the difference? That's interesting, that, right?
Up until September, when I started to be a different kind of glober that understood, I guess, some parts of the globe. Now, just saying you were
That understood some parts of the globe. So what's the glober that doesn't understand some parts of the globe? What's the difference? Only happened to Yui in September. Worth looking into, right? Two different types of glober. Wonder if he's going to let the other globers in on it.
a glober at one point. I mean, didn't mean you understand exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, the real
You know?
globe. You didn't know the
It's
real
because
globe.
we understand what was being talked about. It's because we understand
But you only
that
know the
in
dogmatic
reality,
globe that you've been
it's
taught.
No.
You don't know the real globe.
It means
like
it
you.
means you watched YouTube videos,
it's
Apocryphon,
because we
and then
look at
you came
it's
to this
be-
conclusion.
it's because we understand that we take measurements to be flat and horizontal. This is why now
We
we
don't
realize,
take measurements to
the
be
Earth
that.
isn't a curve.
Because
What?
that's a nonsense. That's one of your nonsenses that you speak.
You have to be very
Wait, what's
precise when you
nonsense,
talk
Bev?
to Bev.
You
have to be very
don't
precise, 'cause this
measure
fucking guy just
flat
doesn't
and
understand.
horizontal. You
Are you fucking
establish references
Oh,
to measure
okay.
from.
There we go with the words place. Okay, look.
No, this is what Lumpy was telling Nathan the other day.
When
You
you
don't
measure
it. You establish
measure-
references
hey,
to
okay.
measure from.
Yes. Right. So you establish this point of a vertical, and then you're going to create a 9-degree of that, and then you're going to create a perpendicular measurement And then you can
A
say
90 degree
this is
would
horizontal.
be from a line, not
Then
a
you can
point.
say this is horizontal. Then when you take that horizontal after measuring, right? You're only going to establish that by measuring.
Your brain's fried,
Once you
mate.
measure it,
What you're saying
Dude,
makes
he
no
doesn't
sense to anyone.
He doesn't want to argue with you, dude. He just wants to pick apart your words and fucking.
are you what do you
argue
mean it
about
didn't make no
those.
sense? What are you talking about? You establish the vertical and you get a horizontal. How do you deny that? How do you combat that? What are you talking about, Bev? How do you get a horizontal, Bev? Tell me how you do it.
Get a tool called a level.
An 8-foot level.
Well, I've got a 400-meter water level.
But you should try it with an 8-foot level.
Yeah, but I do have a 400-meter water level. I've got
Okay,
water levels
so
of
how do you
different
establish the
ranges,
horizontal?
sizes. I fill it
So
up with
how do you-
water and make sure that there is no air bubbles in it, and then I just I know that both of the ends will be of the same horizontal. So I can put one of the ends where I want to establish the horizontal at, and I know that the other end will also be at an equal altitude. I just know it. Because
Right.
I've performed a test in reality with these 400-meter water levels with spot on, right, to establish that a straight line lies within a plane.
Right.
So I have a
That's
proof.
why water levels are great to use, especially over long distances. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you mark it, right, you mark that end, and then you mark the one way and the other end, right, and you know, yeah, whatever the height was of this, we know that that's what it's going to represent. Correct?
Equal altitude.
Right. So like, let's say made it 2 feet above the ground where you're at, right? Now you know that at the other end, can it be 2.5 feet off the ground?
Yeah, but that would be a 2.5 feet measurement from the reference. It's not a measurement of the reference, which is the point that we were saying.
So it's the topography that's changing, and globers can't grasp
it's
that.
An incorrect statement to state that you measure the flat, because you don't.
Yeah, well,
you establish the reference.
You
best go
and
and tell Nathan Oakley to say. Right, here we go. He's just been told, right, and he knows. Then he's just said right that you don't actually measure the reference. You establish the reference and then use that to measure from or to. He agreed. Yeah. Nathan Oakley has this thing where he says they measure it flat. So now he has to go against what he's just said. This is a broken mind. And this is how you establish a broken mind. He's going to have to contradict himself. Can he do that? Yeah, broken-minded people can literally go against what they've just said and contradict themselves. Like that. Boom. Watch. Say sorry to Lumpy. Because he made a fucking tit of him yesterday.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying though, but you do measure though. You do measure it. Even the way you're doing it.
You're trying to justify something that you've just agreed isn't that. You're still trying to do it.
You're missing it. You're missing the point. I agree with you that you could establish
you're gonna have to go against Nathan Oakley. That's what you realised, and you best backtrack because poof. You can't go up against Nathan Oakley and say any of this shit, can you? Because you'll get the fucking treatment.
No, I agree with Nathan. You are taking a measurement. You're just not calling it a measurement.
That's the point that people are saying. It sounds like nonsense.
This is where you're ridiculous. This is where you don't get it.
It's nonsense. Anybody that's ever took these measurements, they know you establish the reference and you measure from it.
Okay, there you go. It's in the sentence. You just did it. This measurement, right? But you take a measurement, though, right? So, Bev, when you put the water level at 2 feet above ground,
this is what Nathan Oakley does as well, right? You take a measurement from the reference, and he thinks that's you measuring the reference. It's not.
They turn it back on itself. It's like circular reasoning. Gone mental. It's like crazy. Flat earthers, this is what's coming, 2024. Don't think they can stop it. Like, how does... They've got Apocryphon, who will quite readily state nonsenses, supporting Nathan Oakley, who's stating a nonsense. They're just gathering people who have the ability to state nonsense. The question is any of this going to make it on top left? Because if it doesn't, then they might feel justified in what they say. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. The Globers should be all over this because it's fucking ridiculous.
The fact that you know that that's 2 feet, you measured it to be 2 feet. So when you measure that, then you have made a measurement. And then once you establish that horizontal at 2 feet above ground, you have measured your horizontal to be accurate. And you know it's horizontal based upon you understand how how water does a water level works.
I don't know how you guys are going to come back from this. This is a different sect of flat earthers, the flat earthers that talk nonsense but expect everybody else to go along with what they say. That's what's coming. It's a dictatorship.
How do you, Bev?
I'm just saying it sounds like nonsense. To me, it sounds like nonsense because you literally measure from it. You don't measure it.
You take a measurement and you are going to establish horizontal. That's why I agree with you. I said you're right. You're not measuring horizontal. You're going to establish horizontal, but by measuring. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, you don't measure. You just establish the horizontal with the tool.
Okay.
You don't measure it.
This is why I think this is why you get told off by Nathan, because you're taking.
No, this is a Apocryphon telling me why I get told off from Nathan when we're literally trying to tell him and help him, like Lumpy did the other day. It's like, look, Nathan, there's establishing a reference and measuring from it. They're two separate things. You do not measure the reference. That sounds like nonsense to anybody that does anything in practical reality. And Nathan Oakley can't see that people that are coming to him and trying to help him out and saying, look, Nathan, that's not going to work. We can't go along with you, Nathan. It sounds ridiculous.
I think that he's confusing measuring on and measuring from. Because when we measure horizontal distance, we measure this distance on horizontal. But if we are measuring, for example, elevation changes, we are measuring from horizontal. This is the difference, and he seemingly doesn't get it. This is different thing, measuring on horizontal and measuring from horizontal.
Yeah, I think somebody's confused him about celestial navigation. There's a little bit of that in there as well, right? Somebody's given him 2D rather than, reality like most of us are living in. If you're listening, Nathan, right, or anybody else that's concerned with it, Lumpy wasn't trying to have a go at Nathan. He wasn't me, but I'm not trying to have a go at Nathan. I'm just pointing out your rhetoric's bad. Your argument, well, you haven't got an argument. You're just trying to tell people to say stuff. But that thing that you're trying to get people to say, it's nonsense. And hats off Lumpy for being able to go to Nathan and at least attempt to tell him. You can sit back now, confident that you've at least tried your best. will anybody else attempt to say the same thing as well? Or, you know, does everybody want to ridicule Nathan, or do they want to help him? I don't know. Like, is Apocryphon here? Is he helping Nathan? Or is he just part of the thing? You know, are they going mad together? Have they conjured this up? They just come up with a confident approach with no proof. That's the thing. I don't think he's actually got a proof. Because if he did have a proof, he'd be talking about that. He wouldn't be telling people to say nonsense things. Well, it's going to be your big problem. Where you've got people like Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum that's never really talked, but supported Nathan fucking ages, going up to him and saying, look, Nathan, you don't measure it. You're making it sound stupid, Nathan. When you get that happening, you best take note of it.
No. This it's stupid to say that though.
No,
because if you take Earth,
it's
okay,
you're using words that you shouldn't do that, because you shouldn't call people like that stupid.
Hey, no, look it. It's real simple, Bev. It's real simple. When you have Earth, okay,
if you're speaking
let's say
for
this
this
big
new, I think this is the 2024 new flat Earth that's going to end it. It's, you know, you're doing it like this is you're making flat earthers look ridiculous.
But you're bringing up a dumb argument though, Bev.
This is
you say some stupid shit sometimes.
Shit you can ever
the reality, Bev. The reality, Bev, is that when you are on a job site. First of all, what job site? What's the last job site you've been
on? The last job site I was on was a job site where we did a test to establish a straight line within a plane.
Okay. Did you have a measuring tape at all?
We did have measuring tapes, yes. We had a measuring wheel.
What did you use the measuring tape for, Bev? What did you use the measuring tape for?
Measure distances.
Okay. Now, when you had a vertical, did you measure how high that was or no?
We just really had an even altitude. That's what we were establishing. We didn't care at what height it was, because we were just establishing the straight line within the plane.
Okay. So let's say you didn't have a water level. What else can you use then to establish your horizontal?
Again, this is what happens to a broken mind. There's not much left of this video, but yeah, we've got a Realising Euclid test to prove that level's a straight line in a horizontal plane, and he's saying, what if you haven't got a water level? Yeah, what do you do then? I mean, that's ridiculous. It is literally, it's a childlike thing. I don't know why they do this. And well, we decided to use water levels because that was the cheapest and most cost-effective way of us establishing a water level. Also, it's more accurate over distance, and you don't need a sight line with the water level. So, you know, that's why we used it.
Okay, so none of that answered my question. I will ask it one more time, Bev.
You're asking stupid
questions.
questions.
Say you didn't have a water. Let's say you didn't have a water level. How would you establish horizontal? Go ahead. I'll wait.
We had water levels. We specifically chose to have water levels.
That doesn't answer the question again, but I'll try one more time. If you didn't have a water level, Bev, how would you establish the horizontal line that you have to?
If I look, like now this this guy that's just literally been talking nonsense is now asking ridiculous questions of things that just make no sense again, and imagining that it means something, that like the outcome of this asking ridiculous questions, it goes nowhere.
If you don't recognize genius in action.
Yeah. This is what you get if you go into those rooms, right? Now, I went in there with a proof and an absolute certainty of where I am and what I know. I'm not so sure how many other people there are that can do that. Go into these rooms like that with that sort of a thing. Are any of them bothered about the proof? Have any of them even attempted to ask me about it? No. Because they don't know what a proof is. They don't even know the benefits of having a proof. They just sit in these rooms all the time, talking nonsense. And I don't know what the people who are listening to it are thinking either. Luckily, there is a Discord server that you can come to that isn't like this. But you might find out that you are like this, which I suppose is the danger. I don't know whether you risk it or not. I guess that's up to you. I wanted to establish a benchmark at an unknown location. What I would do is I would go to a known location and transfer that established elevation mark to the unknown. And I would use a tool called a level. Now, depending on how accurate you wanted to be, you could use any level you wanted to. We chose, because we wanted to go for a long distance, to use a water level. But you could establish it with an auto level, yes, with the elevation changes of differential leveling, which I've already told you I've done in college. I know how to do it. I've actually performed this maneuvering of a benchmark to an unknown position to make it known.
Okay, so Bev,
I know how to do that. Do you?
Okay, so Bev.
Do you?
Okay, so Bev.
Apocryphon.
Yeah, so
do you
what was that?
know how to do that?
Do what?
What
to
you
do what?
just asked. Shout out, George.
Yes, I
do
did.
What? Okay.
How to transfer a line? How to establish horizontal? Yes. And the way we can do that.
You
So for
establish
instance,
a
if you have a
horizontal
water
by
level,
using a level,
for instance,
not
for instance,
transferring an elevation or benchmark from one position
Bev,
to another.
So for instance, Bev, let me share something with you. For instance, if you don't have a water level and you go onto a job site and you want to create a horizontal line, right? A straight line, a level line. Let's say we're going to get the second story, right? Or let's say the first story is already in place. Let's say the first story is already in place. Okay, we built that yesterday.
Dude,
now we're back for the second
story. What are you talking about? This is nonsense.
We're going to establish a horizon.
You're just fucking wasting time. I don't know how long you've been doing this.
Line.
You talk to Scott.
We're gonna, because I'm gonna show you how you measure.
You're not gonna show me anything.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, right? I'm not gonna show you because we're
guys.
just on the phone.
It's been fun once again.
Right, yeah.
And that is that. I'm not sticking around for any longer talking nonsense to people like him. This is ridiculous. And when people like that who literally talk nonsense, next time when he comes round, what's that? What are you going to do? Are you going to engage in conversation with this man? Or are you going to sit in a room listening to this guy talk to Scott about some ridiculous thing that they're talking about together, and you've got two people who can talk nonsense with each other? I think that's Flat Earth 2024. It probably has been Flat Earth all of the years that it's already been around. You sit in rooms wondering what you're doing, waiting for people to argue and shout at each other, cause a bit of drama. Yeah, I don't know how many years people have been sat around these rooms experiencing this sort of thing, or maybe you've been in these rooms for a couple of years and never really spoke about anything because you didn't really know how to come out and ask questions because somebody will ridicule you, or it always just sounded like nonsense. You didn't know how to join in the conversation because you could never really grasp it. Well, it might just be that it's not you that's not clever enough. It might just be that all of those people were talking nonsense. And I mean, that could even be your teachers from school. They could have been the ones. You could have had a really bad maths teacher that didn't help you in any way. And they could have sounded exactly the same as these people in these rooms. Just broken minds. It's possible. It's possible that some of these people that you're talking to, like Flat Earth Math, are actual school teachers. The broken minds are teaching the children. How many generations has that already been happening for? Who knows? Oh, we've got another spherical triangle guy in the chat. Oh, great. In Discord. People who want to talk about spherical triangles. Brilliant. You know which ones are even more interesting? Actual triangles, like the real ones. You can do much more with an actual triangle. Trigonometry, triangulation. You'd be amazed at how much you can get done with a straight line. Yeah, there's a certain group of people absolutely obsessed. Okay, we're going to shut it down now. Again, this is a weird arena, this place. And there's a lot of people that hold a lot of animosity towards different people. I like to give a shout out to a guy called Triggered Limey. And man, was he triggered. It's going to be another case like George. He passed away yesterday or the day before. Circumstances not really known. I think he went in a coma, as much as we know. But yeah, he's no longer with us. He had some choice words to say about us, much like George. But, people are people. I guess people are playing characters, and some people get led into certain positions because, certain people are certain people, and maybe they believe that this slander stuff is all part of the game. They get to build the hatred up. Yeah. We never really did get to have a chat with Limey. I did try a couple of times, but a lot of people, and the people that do all of that sort of stuff, sway people's minds. What's going on? Are they doing paint? Really? That's terrible. Who did that? We've got a new guy in, and it looks like, come into Discord.
He's fan of spherical triangles.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, avid fan. Yeah, if you want to know about this argument and how weird it's going to get, because everybody knows 'tis globe. We here on the level have redefined the globe to be a non-geometric shape of everything. Just 'tis globe. It's like the bot says, it's more inclusive. Everybody can be part of this. It doesn't leave anybody out. And yeah, sorry for the people that aren't around and the people that are going through hard times, right? Everybody's going through hard times at the minute, I think. Try and be kind to people, and remember there's not two different sides. It's a false dichotomy. There's another position that we can all come together from, and it's just about conversation. Anybody got any final words? Don't normally ask. Nobody. Okay. Anyone got any requests? Notice a distinct lack of Rob Keane tonight. I'll put this one for Nathan Oakley. Thanks for watching. It's Wednesday. When we're back, I'll maybe put one of these videos out. The Scott McKay one, and this one, Troll one, I think. Put them both together so you can get a better picture of what occurs in these rooms. It's not just assigned to one of the rooms. They have people like this everywhere, in every subject, in every corner, and you can only really find a space to keep away from it over here on the level Discord. Come on in. You might even get a new form of argument. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back Friday. Free for all Friday. See you then.
I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing. Yeah, you can, you stuttering. Yes, spastics. Fuck off. Go away. Help people. Your stupid globe, and I know you'll never back your claims. Fuck off. Back to your spastic retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up, bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like, Beth. You've been talking. You say to the North, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally insulted. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance of that. That's what I'm going to do. Or you stuff it. Okay? So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it, then? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem isn't with you personally, it's with you being stupid. Not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle measure can find your position on the flat plane. 6, you don't understand this, and you're attempting to demean our argument. Statements of stupidity, like you can do fuck all with an angle. You can do lots with an angle, unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angle. That is doing something with an angle. Zero comprehension of the argument that we put across. Our responses to his claim.
Right, Feb. You can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface. Called Adam Flat Earth Side. You ain't got no purpose in life. Self-obsessed, fuckwits, you told you not explain the argument. The spastics I'm telling you to go back to. Did they not comprehend the argument and put it across to you? You're surrounded by fucking retards then. Clearly, we have an argument. I'm giving it to you now.
Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You go fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle, yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, you're Flat Earth Society, mate.
It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Call QE Owen a wanker all you like, yeah? Okay, well, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a spastic like Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
you're
fucking
Flat
lying
Earth
to you.
Society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth endorsement. Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience to fuck off! Unsubscribe from you and never give you any money.
Oh, telling your
That's what I'm
audience.
telling my audience. While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up while I tell my audience that you're fucking thick and they just so fuck off! Stubborn. Spoiled bitch. Excuse me, daddy issues. Adam Flat Earth Society. Kick him out. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here. He's a spastic. Another Adam. He's attacking and me, and then Adam again with Adam. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth Society. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument. It's an ad bomb.
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then we're fucking angle. So fuck off! Dead air again. Shut up! Everybody else, shut the fuck up. So fuck off! Yeah, you need other things sometimes. When you oversimplify it only, that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally where you get your pants in a bunch about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker because that's how wankers get treated. Personally. Well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the star of a singular angle at that point. Is useful because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society. Sick of this shit! Not you, Nathan! Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle from the star. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does text do?
Measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, Bad. He says you can do fuck all with an angle and he is wrong. Not you, Nathan. I'm talking to everyone. And my fucking balls taste you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with it? What are you? How do you draw a circle with an angle? How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you've measured. That's not doing something with it, right, Bev? You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck.
I did concede.
Shut up, Owen!
Not much.
You can do fuck all with an angle.